Rock me gently.
I thought we were gonna go full duet there. You're just gonna go in.
Oh,
and now
my bad. I heard 1, 2, 3. No.
you tried to throw the professionalism. I was just gonna go full duet, Mass Singer with you. But what's up? What's up?
Wait, now you wait all the way to next week to do it.
Exactly. We'll figure something out for next week. But hey, what up, everyone? It's Mack and Black, number 55. Wow, 55. As always, Nick in Texas. I'm here in the studio in beautiful Illinois. It's like 40-something degrees out there. A little gloomy, a little beautiful, just absolutely gorgeous. Couldn't ask for better weather. And yeah, it seems like we thought we would get away from COVID talk, but we'll probably have some COVID talk for you guys with the NFL coming up, and obviously MLB has taken some casualties. My team and another team here in town that I seem to be forgetting the name of. But we'll get into all of that and more. But why not start with NBA, Nick? Because it's fresh on the mind right now. Fresh little ass whooping that the Lakers put on the Heat yesterday with no Bam.
Yeah, dude. It's funny before the show. You're like, well, what do we want to talk about? Because I told you I wrote down some notes.
Yeah.
And I got some blank sheets of paper. So when we do our football picks later on, that I'm actually going to write these boys down so we can actually brag about how good we did next week.
Yeah.
However, dude, it's hard to even talk about these finals because we mentioned this last week when we said that as long as the Denver Nuggets did not make the NBA Finals, either you're going to get Lakers versus Celtics or you're going to get Lakers versus Heat. And both of these teams had storylines coming into these finals where LeBron faces his former team, with Miami, or it was going to be
Lakers-Celtics renewed
Lakers-Celtics,
rivalry,
classic series. So we get Lakers-Heat. And within the first game, everyone was tweaking because Frank Vogel takes out LeBron James like 3-4 minutes in the game, and he sits him in the first quarter.
And they were down. And they were down at that point.
And they were down.
Yeah.
And they're losing. And, you see your boy, what's his name? AD's kind of, I wouldn't say struggling, but the Lakers are losing.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, LeBron James comes in with about 3 minutes left in the first quarter, and that game went so south for the Miami Heat after that.
Yeah.
And then it didn't help that they lost Goran Dragic. It didn't help that they lost Bam Adebayo, and both of them missed game 2. But you can tell that the Miami Heat right now are having problems guarding AD.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that, if you look at the game yesterday, the Heat were, I wouldn't say in it, but they were able to make moves to try and make the game somewhat respectable.
Mm-hmm.
And the Los Angeles Lakers were killing that zone so hard to where AD didn't miss a shot till almost 3 minutes left in the third quarter. The man went 7 for 8 in that third quarter. Between him and LeBron James, they pretty much just took over the game.
Yeah.
And my thing was that, Anthony Davis is going to get a lot of love, for what happened and whatnot, in the game. My thing is for me personally, I think LeBron James deserves a whole lot more love than maybe, people want to try and give him credit, just for the simple fact of, let's not sit here and act like in the last 2 games, LeBron James has not almost dropped back-to-back triple-doubles.
Yeah.
He went 27, 10, and 9 in game 1. He went 33, 9, and 9 in last night's game. LeBron James, AD might be the guy that's scoring the points, but LeBron James is kind of like the heart and soul of the squad. It kind of eerily reminds me of when if you want to go all the way back to when when it was Michael Finley and Dirk Nowitzki when they both were on the Dallas Mavericks. And a lot of people were like, oh, man, Dirk's the best player on the team. But Michael Finley was still kind of that heart and soul of the squad, And that's what I feel about LeBron and AD, where, everyone wants to discredit LeBron James so bad that they think that AD is the reason. But LeBron James is damn near averaging a triple-double in the NBA Finals, which is damn near unheard of.
Right.
So I think the problem is that the little things that Miami was doing in the Eastern Conference between the semis and the finals, they're not getting away with doing that here in these finals.
Right.
The Lakers defensively are just way too good. And because Miami is so shortchanged, even when Bam was healthy, they're so shortchanged that they have to go to a zone. But when you have LeBron James that's being, who's the best player in the world, and we know how good he is as a point forward, and we know how good that Rajon Rondo is as a point guard. When you have two smart guys with the ball that know how to break down the zone, and Anthony Davis is just sitting there like a shark smelling blood in the water, sitting around the rim, I mean, this series is almost over. And also, it doesn't help that the Heat aren't making shots. Duncan Robinson ain't hitting the threes. Tyler Hero ain't hitting the threes.
Yeah.
It takes Jay Crowder 2.5 quarters to hit threes. And Jimmy Butler can't do it all by himself. Now, yesterday or last night, he was great distributing the ball to his opponents, but it was too late. A lot of his assists came at the fourth quarter after the Lakers already gathered up almost an 18-point lead.
Yeah.
So I just think in this series – the Lakers are showing their dominance, and unless there's some freak of nature where the Lakers just come out flat, this series is done. It's over with. And, I mean, and I don't want to take any credit away from Eric Spoelstra and the genius coach that he is and the great job that he's done, but this was just the wrong team to come up with against LeBron James and the Lakers.
Yeah, and on top of that, because we do give a lot of credit to Spoelstra, I have to mention, you can't play zone in the NBA. You just can't.
Right.
You just can't. I understand you're trying to throw a curveball. You're trying to do something that works. But there's a reason why we don't play zone in the NBA. And it's because of guys like AD and guys like LeBron. And let's be honest, Rajon Rondo has had a tremendous impact since he got back. I think the last time he was out, you and I were talking about how this team was just not cohesive. Too many guys that do too many similar things and not enough guys that do different things. And Rondo came in and does his normal distribution and does his normal probing and, really good at just finding ways to move defenders around for his teammates, but also hitting big threes. Like, they're leaving him open and he's hitting threes. And next thing you know, you've got this guy in Rondo who, by the way, very well knows how to play in the NBA playoffs. So I was a little bit, I would say, surprised by Spoelstra because he's been there before, and I think he knows better than to try and play that many possessions of zone. It's just not going to work. I understand you don't have an option for AD because without Adebayo, you don't have anyone that can guard him, really. And even if you did have Adebayo, there's just so many ways that the Lakers can break you down now, and I think what happens is LeBron is sort of starting to find out that, and I forgot who said, I think Kendrick Perkins might have been the one who said it, who said, I think Anthony Davis is the best compliment that we've ever seen to LeBron James, and I think that's probably true. I think, D-Wade and, and Kyrie and even like Kevin Love and some of these other guys that LeBron has been around, the amount of reliance that LeBron and trust that LeBron has in AD is tremendous. It shows you, first of all, how good AD is. That a lot of people were saying this guy was the best player in the world a couple years ago, and nobody really took that seriously because he was in New Orleans, and there was never going to be a shot that guy would be able to win a championship there. Now, when you have him on a team with one of the other best players in the world, it's very obvious that I'll be honest with you, Nick. AD has looked better than LeBron in some games in this playoffs. So as a big time star, AD is sort of showing himself. And I'll be honest with you, Nick. I'm a little bit spooked by this Lakers team, because if the Lakers can win this year, this isn't even the final form as far as their roster is concerned. They've got a lot of financial flexibility this year. They can move Kuzma. They can get rid of guys like Danny Green and Caldwell Pope and some of these other pretty inflated contracts. They could bring in a third guy if they wanted to next year.
Yeah.
So that's scary.
Right. That's very scary.
Yeah, and when you think about it, Frank Vogel has outcoached Spoelstra in these first 2 games of the series. I mean, I'm happy you mentioned it. The first 8 minutes of Game 1 was pretty rough for the Lakers. They didn't look very good. They looked like the team that we were talking about a couple weeks ago, not cohesive, kind of on different wavelengths. And you said it, they benched LeBron, not really benched him. Actually, he just took his normal rest. But the problem was, you're in the finals and everybody's expecting you that this guy's going to play 48 minutes, and they took him out with trust that the team would come back, and the team did come back. So clearly this is a Lakers team that a lot of people underestimated, including myself. And LeBron and AD are showing that they are a force to be reckoned with in this league.
Yeah, most definitely. And I tried to, because I was door dashing last night. I tried to watch the game and DoorDash at the same time, but ESPN on my phone's being stupid. So I was listening to the game with it was Doris Burke, PJ Carlissimo, and I for the life of me can't think of who was doing the actual play-by-play.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so funny hearing Doris Burke kill KCP last night, because in the fourth quarter, okay, LeBron and AD, I think scored, holy crap, I want to say between the two of them, they had scored maybe like 30 of the whatever the Lakers' points was.
Yeah.
And both guys were shooting at a high clip. KCP, at the time that he took this three, was like 1 for 9 shooting the basketball. Like, he shot the ball like crap.
Yeah.
He takes this bogus-ass three, and Doris Burke was on this ESPN killing KCP.
Yeah.
She's thinking, if you have AD on the floor and you have LeBron on the floor, why are you taking a low percentage three when you haven't hit anything all night?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm thinking myself, KCP might be gone. You might be right about that. He might be gone. But think about it like this. What really is helping the Lakers is the fact that some of these other guys are hitting their shots. Caruso's hitting some of these threes. Kuzma's kind of hitting some of the mid-range shots.
Yeah.
Markieff Morris, that we know is a really good shooter as a as a big guy, has been hitting some big-time shots and hitting some big threes. He hit some really big threes. I thought he was kind of small catalyst of what got them going in game 1 after they were losing. He hit some big threes.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, the Lakers are tied. The next thing you know, the Lakers have a huge lead. And now by the fourth quarter, you can turn it off because Miami's not coming back. And that's the thing about the Lakers. So you have your athletic big man in AD. You have the best player in the world in LeBron James. And then once you circle that around, these great complementary players that are all just hitting shots, like Rajon Rondo is hitting threes. That's how you have absolutely no shot of winning this series when Rajon Rondo is not the best shooter in the world.
No.
We know his three game is not that great. But what I can tell you is when he is hitting threes, you almost automatically have no chance of winning games. Yeah. And that's what we've been seeing. So, but you're right. It's going to be crazy to see what the free agent pool is going to look like, going into the free agency season coming up here soon. But you're right, man. The Lakers might have, $20-25 million to bring in that third guy, that Chris Bosh, for a lack of a better way of putting it, to come join the Lakers. So the Lakers are going to be in good shape. And that's also assuming, and I think it's a high assumption, that AD is going to re-sign and come back to LA. LeBron obviously isn't going anywhere. So, to bring AD back, you got LeBron bringing the third guy coming off a championship year. And, I wanted to bring something up, too, because I was thinking about this in the car yesterday. And actually it came to me in the afternoon yesterday because I was listening to a lot of sports radio. It's funny how we view the greatness of certain players in certain sports. Now, follow me on this one. When it comes, for some reason, the bar, when we compare some of the best NFL players to when we defend some of the best NBA players, are so different that it's almost disgusting. Jim Kelly went to the Super Bowl 4 straight years, and everybody named Mama will tell you that's one of the greatest feats that will never be duplicated ever again in the NFL. Because, for whatever reason, going to the Super Bowl apparently is so hard that, going there for now, Jim Kelly never won one, but he gets all the love in the world, and we consider Jim Kelly one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. LeBron James has just gone to the NBA Finals now for the 8th, 9th year in a row whenever he's in the playoffs. Yeah. And we get hit with this, but he lost 6 times. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? The discrepancy to me is so disgusting. Like, if we talk about the greatest running backs in football, like, everyone has their different opinion. We talk about the what if when it comes to Barry Sanders. Well, because I believe, and I've always believed, that Emmitt Smith is the greatest running back in the world. He's the all-time leading rusher. And on top of that, he won 3 Super Bowl rings, if I'm not mistaken. But he had such a great offensive line. If Barry Sanders would have had that line, he would have. But he didn't, and he quit. You get what I'm saying? The bar to me is so dumb. And the reason why I bring this up is the disdain hate for LeBron James is so disgusting to me that I personally don't get it. Like, we always want to look at the wins and losses when it comes to LeBron James. But why don't we look at the feats? Why are we always considered LeBron James to be the 6-time loser, where if you're someone like me who looks at the glass half full, I see a 3, soon-to-be 4-time NBA champion. Yeah. Instead of looking at the fact that he's a 6-time loser, when is the last time you've ever seen a man go in the modern day era? What is it, Bill Russell, when the Boston Celtics won 8 NBA championships in a row? You've never in the modern day era seen a man go to the finals every time he's been in the playoffs for a almost 8 to 9 year span. It's one of the greatest accomplishments that's ever made. So I don't know, man. I wanted to bring that up because I just think that the ridiculousness, because for whatever reason in the NFL, you never have this guy who you compare somebody to. When we talk about Tom Brady's greatness or Peyton Manning's greatness, it's just their individual greatness. But for some reason in the NBA, when you talk about LeBron, the bar is Michael Jordan. Yeah. Why can't we just enjoy the greatness for what it is? Because going to the NBA Finals, and to make this finals even more impressive than the other ones, everyone's like, well, LeBron's going to the West, and he's not going to make it out of the West, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. When the Clippers made all them deals, the Lakers had no chance. The Clippers had to come out, blah, 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 blah. And LeBron James, all he did was went to work, and they're in the NBA Finals, and they're 2 legit games away from winning another NBA championship. Yeah, and they weren't even a playoff team last year. So, that's another thing to take in. But I do have sort of an answer, but you touched on it towards the end. Basketball has this unreasonable bar that's been set. And the bar has been Michael Jordan. And Michael Jordan is a bar that is unreachable at this point. LeBron cannot reach Michael Jordan's bar. And I think we see that as shade on LeBron. And we never really take into account the other factors, that LeBron's in a different league, and quite frankly, the competition is better, and quite frankly, as far as the environment for basketball is concerned, it's tougher to build teams now than it was back then. And when you look at these things,
I don't penalize LeBron for this, but I think the general masses will always give LeBron that until he retires. And this is going to be another example of not really seeing somebody's greatness until they're quote unquote gone. I hope it doesn't take until he's passed away, God forbid. But what I'm saying is when LeBron hangs him up and he goes into a TNT studio near you and he's shooting the shit with Charles Barkley and Kenny and Ernie, we're going to look back and go, holy moly, that guy was one of the best players that ever laced him up. And the problem right now is that every single conversation that you have with LeBron, you always have to bring Mike into it. And nobody wins in that situation. I hope people understand. Listen, we're from Chicago. We both understand the type of allegiance that Chicagoans have towards Michael Jordan in that Bulls era. And they'll never be able to let go or concede the fact that any other sports franchise or team or player could have ever done something similar. And in reality, again, when you set the bar that high, no one's going to be able to achieve it. So when you talk about it that LeBron is not probably going to have the opportunity to do what Mike did in the 90s. He's not going to have that opportunity because, again, it's a different league. It's just a different overall thing that we're looking at here. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think, and also people are very quick to... Even we are. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Nick. We had knee-jerk reactions to this 2 weeks ago when we looked at LeBron and we're like, man, I mean, we're not used to seeing that LeBron. We're used to seeing this LeBron, right? And we have these sort of expectations that are just so ginormous for the guy. And it's crazy to say this, but he always finds a way to meet that expectation. I mean, you know, even with us, we were very skeptical about what he looked like in that first game of the Rockets series. And we're like, oh my God, like the Rockets have no centers and they're basically like outplaying every single player on the floor. And I think Lakers fans who had watched the team the whole season said Rockets won't win another game, and by the way, we're probably gonna sweep it through until the finals, and that prophecy has come true. So yeah, there's a lot of unfair shit that gets on LeBron's shoulders, and that's why I love the guy, because he's handled it with aplomb, and he's also done it with grace, with class. He's done it while trying to, you know, be vocal about social issues and vocal about other issues, and that's hard to do, man. There's so many targets on this guy's back, and all you can really do is just applaud him, because coming from a former reformed LeBron hater and myself, it's very hard to hate this guy nowadays because he's doing things the right way, and you can see the dominance on the court as a fan as well.
Exactly. Doyle says people don't respect greatness. That is most definitely true. And he also says, I've been telling people to enjoy LBJ now before he's done. There is no superstar right now that does what he does. He's absolutely right, dude. Yeah. For so long, everyone wanted to pin KD as being so much better than LeBron James. Piss off with that. The only thing that KD might do better than LeBron James is he's a better consistent shooter. Right. That's the only thing he does. LeBron James is a better rebounder. LeBron James is a better passer. LeBron James is a 6'9" freight train, and the only person that can really stop LeBron is LeBron himself. Yeah. KD's not that. Like, I hate to keep bringing that to somebody, but stop trying to hate LeBron so much that we're trying to crown this next guy, you know, into being better than he is while he's still on the court. As long as LeBron James wears number 23 in the purple and gold or black and gold or white and gold or whatever jersey they decide to wear, he is the best in the world right now. And I'm with Doyle, dude. You need to, you know, respect what he does, because the thing is, you know, it's funny. Everyone's so ready for the Brooklyn Nets to come out, because you're going to have a healthy KD coming back and Kyrie's coming back. And, you know, Kyrie may have low-key took some low-key shots at LeBron, and now he's took some low-key shots at Kenny Atkinson, and, you know. And
even at Steve Nash, his new coach, is like basically saying we don't even need a coach.
and dude, as a Knicks fan, you know, there's a couple of things that I'm going to rant about here in the next like 2 minutes, but as a Knicks fan, I hope the Nets implode right in front of our faces. And you're starting to see it because no offense to Kyrie Irving, but okay, Kyrie made the game-winning shot that let Cleveland beat the Golden State Warriors on Father's Day back in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
But had LeBron James not made what could have been the greatest block in NBA history,
yeah, they're not even in that game.
Kyrie doesn't even get set up for that shot.
Right.
So for Kyrie to sit there and say something as stupid as, well, I was like a better closer and this and that and everything else. Player, you got set up for yourself to even be in that position, or you would have just been another L for the Golden State Warriors in their quest for the dynasty that they had put together. Because where was that same killer Kyrie when he was in Boston? You didn't see it. Yeah. Where's the same killer Kyrie that's in Brooklyn? You didn't see it. Kyrie right now is more famous for making statements as saying the earth is flat and taking shots at Steve Nash and Kenny Atkinson than he is than any. Look at it like this. Kyrie's game-winning shot at this point is almost overshadowed by the fact that it was LeBron on that Cleveland team that beat Golden State in 2016.
Yeah, and almost single-handedly in some of those games.
Right. No one is showing the Kyrie Irving game-winning three before they show the block on Iguodala by LeBron James.
Yeah. So
continue to keep living in that shadow and making stupid-ass comments to make yourself relevant. So I hope it's probably not going to happen, but I hope that Brooklyn Nets what's the word I'm looking for? Trial blows square in their flipping face. Which leads me to another thing, because as you know, as a Knicks fan, there are basically 3 teams growing up that I hated the most. That's the Bulls, Heat, and Pacers.
Yeah.
I hate the Miami Heat. But I have learned, bro, that when it comes to being a fan, and I'm talking about a fan of my own individual teams, and everyone knows that I love the Knicks, Rangers, Yankees, and Bucks. I am not cut from the same cloth as other fans. I have come to realize that sometimes it might just be best for me as a person to watch sports either by myself or with other people that don't watch sports. When I am approached by other people to ask me why I hate the Miami Heat, and I say because I'm a Knicks fan and there are rivals, and the next comment that comes out of your mouth is, well, the Knicks have sucked for like forever, and you shouldn't hate them that bad, you are not a real fan. I'm sorry. I'm just going to come out and say it. You're not a real fan. Dude, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have been the cellar dwellers of the NFC South for every bit of the last 6 years. But I will come on this show, and I have either whether it was the Sports Stand or this show for the last X amount of years, it make Tampa Bay seem like they're this great Super Bowl contenders and we're going to take over the South. Yes, it's over the top. Yes, it's probably not going to come true, but I am a glass half full type of guy. You're not going to come to me and tell me that because the Knicks have sucked that all of a sudden my hate for the Heat should drop. No, because I hated the Heat during Alonzo Mourning. I hated the fact that LeBron went to the Heat, and I have no reasons to root for the Heat. Just like I would have no reasons to root for the Bulls. Dude, the next year's NBA season could come up, and the Knicks and Bulls could be so bad that they could meet each other and be 3-20. But if we beat your asses, you best believe that I'm coming at you guys full throttle.
That's sports.
But I hate when people come at me and say, oh, well, we both suck, so why does it matter?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying, dude. These sports fans nowadays don't understand the rivalries of what it was back in the day. And those back in the day rivalries are always going to stick with me. So, no, I'm not going to root for the Miami Heat. I love the fact that LeBron James is dominating them. And everyone that's called me a bronzexual is a complete jackass because it's not so much the fact that I'm all of a sudden just jumping on the bandwagon. I'm on the bandwagon because I'll be damned if I have to go through the rest of this fall and watch the Miami Heat win an NBA champion. We're the best. Piss off.
Yeah, he broke up a little bit there towards the end, but no, I totally get, and it's funny you mentioned that, Nick, because Steve and I were speaking either last week or the week before, and we were talking about one of these sort of, events that we're hoping to get done and do a live podcast, and hopefully one of them will be a Thursday night game with the Bears. And he was basically like, yeah, you can kind of kick it and just hang out and watch the Bears there. And I just told him, listen, I can't do that. I can't watch my team around people. I can't, I don't want to hear people, why is it Trubisky in the game? And, just there's always going to be somebody who says something, and it's going to make me mad. It's going to put me out of my zone. And that's the fun part about sports, is sort of everyone handles it differently. Like I have a buddy who could really care less if any of his teams win. He's just very like, this is fun. I like watching, and it's just kind of like, and I don't want to say that he's not a true sports fan, but I would say that a lot of the rivalry, camaraderie has gone away in sports, and it's turned into like, who's your favorite player? Okay, now who's your favorite team? Well, your favorite player will trump your favorite team, and it makes no sense. And at the end of the day, as basketball fans, we watch, right? But I'm not, like when I watched that game yesterday, I'm not going, yay LeBron or yay Jimmy Butler. Like, I love Jimmy Butler. I'm not rooting for the Heat because I love Jimmy Butler. I'm watching it because I'm watching sports and I enjoy sports. And at the end of the day, there's always going to be the tension between the teams, and you have to be able to understand that that's sports. That's one thing we can't change about sports, is that tension, the shit talking, the rivalry, the camaraderie, all of that sort of is lumped into it. And honestly, it's not as fun. Like if you were like, yay, go Heat, what fun is that? Like, what fun is it to love teams that you're gonna hate next year? That's another thing. You're gonna hate this team next year. There's no doubt about it. Even the Lakers, when the Knicks face the Lakers next year, you're not going to be going, yay, LeBron, yay, AD. No, you're going to hate the Lakers for the 2 times that you play them next year. So that's sort of the way that sports is.
Yeah, and I've always like, for whatever reason, Bucks fans still can't keep Jameis Winston out of their mouths for whatever reason.
The ex-girlfriend.
And we got into like this long discussion, me and some other Bucks fans. And the sad part is that I hated the fact that Jameis Winston went to New Orleans. If he would have went anywhere else but Atlanta, New Orleans, or Carolina, I'd have been fine.
Yeah.
But it's like, he comes on the show every once in a while. Keith was coming to me. He's like, how can you root for Jameis when he's outside of a Bucs uniform? For the same reason I rooted for him when he was in a Florida State uniform. I'm always going to like Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston is one of my favorite quarterbacks. I just hate the fact he went to a division rival.
Yeah. I'm
not going to root for him while he's still in a Saints uniform. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to be that guy. Well, now that you're out of the Bucs uniform, piss off, you're a piece of shit. I'm not that type of dude.
Yeah.
I just don't want you to go to a division rival. That's all I'm asking.
And when you face my team, I hate you. That's it. That's how it is. Yeah.
That's all it is. But that's what I'm saying, dude. Some of these fans, I don't know, dude. Some sports fans out there, I don't know where they get their mindset from, but I'm with you. Sometimes it's just hard to watch sports with other fans because there's always this knee-jerk reaction.
Right.
When things go down. And you just sit there and you're just like, God, is this stuff really coming out of people's mouths? Like, seriously?
That's what bothers me about it.
Insane. And that's just like I was here at home watching the Yankees-Indians game. And if I would have been anywhere else acting as crazy as I was in the game on Tuesday, everyone would be like, this guy's crazy. It's just a game. Why are you so upset? This and that, blah, 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 blah. But because Georgette really doesn't watch baseball, but she knows that I love the Yankees, and that's really the first time she's ever really seen me in that capacity with the game as close as it was.
Yes.
To her, it was hilarious. but I loved it because she allowed me to be myself without being like, oh, it's just a game. It's not that serious.
She didn't
blah, blah, blah,
she didn't give you the look like, oh, I
you,
made a mistake. Like, I made a mistake.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing is, dude, okay, don't say this, right?
Right.
But she left the house twice during that game. The first time she left, Gio Urshela hit the grand slam, and the second time she left,
he made that defensive play.
They took the lead.
Okay, yeah.
They didn't take the 10-9 lead. Okay, let's go with 3 times, okay?
Yeah.
He took an 8-6 lead when she left to go to the gas station, and then she's like, hey, I'm going to go grab a shower real quick. When she went to the shower, we took the 10-9 lead. I'm not saying she a jinx.
We're going to have her walk away more often. I'm the same. I hate it.
She left. The Yankees managed to somehow take the lead.
I hate when that happens.
She was there. She was there when Aroldis Chapman closed the game out, though.
Yeah,
I'll give her that.
All right. I mean, listen. The key point to it is also like, sports is so different now than it was when we were coming up, right? Like, sports when we were coming up was cultural, and it was it was a part of the fabric of the country, if that sounds right. Like, it felt like you knew that when September rolled around, football was back, and your life changed as a result. And then similarly, when February hit and the Super Bowl happened and there was no longer football, as a country, we changed the way that we do things. And I think we're moving on from that as a country. I think as a country, we've sort of moved on from the notion that sports is embedded into what we do because maybe people feel like there's more important stuff going on. But, yeah, I would agree with you that sports is a little bit different right now than it
really
was
is,
before.
dude. There's no such I think you hit it on the head where I think a lot of look no further than Shannon Sharp, bro. Shannon Sharp loves LeBron. He doesn't care what team he's on. He's gonna hype that squad up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He talked about when LeBron was in Cleveland, he talked about the Cleveland Cavaliers as if he had been a fan for a long time.
Sure.
Now that he's in LA, you'd have thought that he was a Lakers fan since Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Sure.
But that's because Shannon Sharp just loves LeBron James, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that as a fan, I have held on to the rivalries of my teams for a long time, and that's lost. It's hard to get to these young kids and understand what the Knicks Bulls, Knicks Heat, Bulls Pacers, Knicks Pacers.
Yeah.
The Eastern Conference to these kids now might be weak. It was not weak when we were kids. There were a lot of storylines between the Knicks, Pacers, Heat, and Bulls. All 4 of those teams somehow all intertwined to make some of the best playoff series that we had ever seen.
Yeah.
And it's dead now.
Yeah.
It's dead now because everyone's loyal to the player and not so much the squad.
And you're just not going to be able to explain that to anybody, too. That's another thing is there's no context left to explain why you should, feel. And also, let's be honest. As a sports fan, you mature. You know what I'm saying? Like the Mack that was a Bulls fan in the early 2010s when LeBron was constantly whooping my team's ass. I wasn't happy with LeBron. I wasn't giving him credit. I wasn't, there was clearly a lot of shit talk. I hated LeBron for so many years, and I was just as hard as people were on him, but you mature, you start to grow up a little bit more, your balls drop a little bit further to the floor, and you realize that, things are, this is life. So, that's why I hate this whole notion that everybody is the same. No, not everybody's the same. We're not all the same. Some of us are better than others. You know what I'm saying? Like, LeBron James is better than everybody in the NBA. They're not equal. Everybody that thinks LeBron is just another player. No, he's not. He is the player. He is, as far as he's Zeus in the NBA. And there's really no other way to put it. And once you realize that, you start to realize, oh, there's a hierarchy. My team, now has dropped down to the nether regions of the league, and you got teams that 10 years ago were embarrassed, didn't ever want to show their face, never wanted to wear a jersey, are now diehard fans. And your your team, which 10 years ago, you knew Bulls fans were still hanging on. Yeah, but we still got the 90s. Like, we still got the 90s and da-da-da. And now it's like, that's fleeting now. That's fleeting. You can't bring up the 90s anymore. If you bring up the 90s now, you get clowned, because it's like, that's it. That's that's how sports evolve, and it's about what have you done for me lately, and the Bulls haven't done shit for us lately.
Exactly.
Oh, and by the way, because the series,
I had to get that off my chest. Because you know me, like you see my Facebook, and you see some of the knucklehead ass comments that come on my Facebook, and I just sit there and I look, and I'm like okay, like, we're cool and all.
Yeah.
But dude, how do we represent the same squad? Because I'm starting to feel very embarrassed right now.
Yeah.
And it just drives me up. It drives me.
Facebook just does that to you. Before we move on, because we're probably not going to have much to talk about next week, because I think both of us agree that the series is going to be over by then. Do you think the Lakers do it in 4? Do you think Miami is able to steal a game?
I'm still leaning towards, I think Miami might steal a game, but man, the way that they're going right now, I just think I really think that they're just overmatched, dude. So it would have to be one of those games where both AD, and LeBron both have terrible games, or the supporting Lakers have just about as terrible as a game that there's nothing that AD and LeBron can do to get them back in the series, but they're just overmatched. Yeah. They're just overmatched.
And scoring-wise,
Tyler Hero's going to have one of those 70-point Booker games.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say, because it's like, you look at this Miami team, and they've got shooters in bunches, but when things aren't going well for Duncan Robinson and things aren't going well for Tyler Hero, and you have no Dragic, look, Jimmy Butler's not going to be a guy who's going to manufacture shots for you and your team, and you're certainly not going to be able to rely on some of these other guys. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Eric Spoelstra, the fact that Solomon Hill played 1 minute in a NBA Finals game, that's a problem, bro. You've got to figure that out. Solomon Hill should not be on the floor right now. To me, you got to have better backup options than Myers Leonard and Kelly Olynyk. Like, I don't care how much depth you can say you have with Bam. Without Bam, you've got basically 2 players who have different hairstyles who are the same exact player. And really, I mean, I like Myers Leonard for the most part, but when you got a guy like Myers Leonard who really, he's not great at anything that he does. He's just very good. He's a very kind of solid defender, not a guy that's going to really kill you on the offensive side of the ball. He's not going to be a game changer. And I just don't see how Miami's going to be able to change the flow of the game up unless Tyler Hero scores like 50. And even then, I know the kid's been scoring 20-plus consistently, but there's a difference between 20 and 50, right?
Yes. Yeah,
I just don't see it. I don't see it for Miami.
Tyler Hero can't score, 20 points, and then let Alex Caruso drop 30 on him.
Right.
That minus 10, it's gonna show up.
Yeah.
And I think that's the one thing that's been killing the Heat too, is the fact that, dude, defensively they just can't match up with LA.
Right.
That's another thing too. Like, no offense, this ain't Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, who are still, quote unquote young guys that, they can make mistakes, or you can force them to make mistakes.
Yeah.
AD and LeBron are way too good and way too smart to make the same mistakes that, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and Kemba Walker. Because you got to remember, especially for Kemba, this was really his first time in the conference finals.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of the struggles that you saw, I think, he's like, damn, I ain't never really been here before. So it was a learning process. Jimmy Butler's been in the conference finals before. Eric Spoelstra's been in the conference finals before. So they can rub some of that championship, what's the word? Some of that playoff experience off on the other kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
AD and LeBron, well, especially LeBron, we already know he's been down the road before.
Right, and that's another thing I wanted to mention is when you got this guy in LeBron who's so seasoned. The reason why I say he's seasoned is because he's been through it all, right? He's been through sweeping people in the finals. He's been swept in the playoffs before. He's gotten out in the first round. How many times he's been in the finals the last couple. So you're not going to throw LeBron many curveballs. So that's why when I give Eric Spoelstra a lot of shit for that zone, I think he thinks he's doing something with that, and he's not. And that's the real issue is you see Lakers players probably salivating at the fact that they're going to be able to go through a zone defense, when in reality, if you're making all your passes in the way that you're supposed to, I think the Bulls would be able to get out of a zone defense if they could, or if they wanted to, rather. Right. So to me, there's got to be a little bit of an adjustment as far as Spoelstra's concerned, and also let's be honest, Frank Vogel and the Lakers are going to have to adjust now too, because a lot of the stuff that they were throwing the last two games, let's make no mistake about it, Eric Spoelstra is a former video assistant. He's a guy who's probably watched the last two games 10 times in total. So they're gonna come with a little bit of a different mentality. Apparently Bam will be back for a game 3. I'm not sure about Dragic, but and that's another thing. Dragic really hurt them because he was balling in that Boston series. And that Boston series, he was an X factor, and not having him, it really kills them. So, we'll see what happens with that. I think that I'm guessing by next week we're going to be talking some off-season stuff and talking about the parade for the Lakers, because I just don't see how Miami gets it done.
I'm with you on that.
All right. I mean, the only other thing to mention with the NBA is I think they. Go ahead.
Never mind. You go ahead, because I think I know where you're going. Never mind. My fault.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna mention the draft. I don't know if that's where you were going.
No, it wasn't. I was gonna mention that Doc Rivers is now in Philadelphia. Beat out Mike D'Antoni for that job, which I thought was crazy. And now, oh my God. If the Los Angeles dude, I'm going to go crazy. The Los Angeles Clippers have to be like, okay, this guy who's running the Clippers, the former CEO of Microsoft or wherever he was, does he not have a clue of what's going on?
No.
Why is Tyronn Lue's name keep coming up for head coaching positions? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to go out here and say this. Tyronn Lue is not a good head coach. Surprise! I know. Dude, it's driving me nuts because it's like, okay, me personally, I'd do one of a couple of things. I would either, if I was the Clippers, you have all this offensive talent on your team.
Yeah.
So why not go hire Mike D'Antoni as your coach? Or B, if the Brooklyn Nets can hire Steve Nash, why don't you go out and get maybe a Chauncey Billups who's chomping at the bit that could probably get out something better? Dude, Tyronn Lue was an average head coach when LeBron James left.
Yeah.
If there was any head coach that LeBron James had won an NBA championship with, that you could have said that LeBron was coaching the team and not the actual coach, it was Tyronn Lue more than it was Eric Spoelstra. Yeah. Tyronn Lue is not a good head coach. Just because you played on the Lakers when they won a couple of championships does not make you a head coach.
Yeah, and I think they're expecting him to massage egos, which is like, that's not a skill. You know, to say that this guy can be able to handle the multiple personalities of the superstar, that's not a skill for a coach.
No, it's not. And you're talking about a team. If I'm the Los Angeles Clippers and I just made these moves to make myself become this championship contender and I came up short, and I need me a coach that's going to take my team over the edge, Tyronn Lue is not even my top 25.
No. I would take Jason Kidd over him at this point, and I don't like Jason Kidd at all. Yeah.
Easily, bro. Yeah. And that's why I'm saying, like, what are the Clippers doing, dude? Tyronn Lue is not. And I know Screaming A. Smith has the bad habit of always coming on. I don't don't understand why you don't hire like a Tyronn. Because Tyronn is not a good head coach. Here, maybe I'm crazy when I say this, and maybe I said this last week, and I'm going to say it again. I don't think that Doc Rivers in Philadelphia is that much better either.
No.
Let's again, if we're looking at resume and bodies of work, let's just take Doc Rivers when he was in LA. Not only did Doc Rivers have Lob City, but he also had this championship team. This team hasn't even sniffed the conference finals.
Yeah. I just don't
let
see
alone the NBA finals.
I don't see what NBA boards are seeing in Doc Rivers. You know, it's if you're Philadelphia, you're a team that's constantly. You could have stuck with Brett Brown if you wanted a coach that could get you to the playoffs but nowhere beyond. You could have just stuck with Brett Brown, and that's what confuses me. And now there's talk that he's saying he wants to trade Ben Simmons for the first overall pick and get LaMelo Ball. You know, a lot of talk about him maybe saying that he's going to clear house, maybe keep Simmons and Embiid and just trade Horford, trade, Tobias Harris, trade as much as he can. Either way, you've got a project for this guy, and the way that they hired him was fishy to me. There was clearly a glut of candidates that they could have interviewed previous to this, and it just so happened that 3 or 4 days after we hear he's separated from the Clippers, that he's got basically an inside job there at Philly. More power to them. Hey, if they think that's what's going to work for them, go for it. But I don't see anything in Doc Rivers' past that makes me jump up and scream and say I want this guy as my coach.
Exactly, dude. And let me say this. If I'm the Minnesota Timberwolves and you're telling me you're going to give me a potential triple-double guy, like, I'm high on LaMelo Ball.
But I would do that.
In an absolute heartbeat.
Yeah.
Because you're basically trading a guy okay, Ben Simmons, let me say it like this. Ben Simmons, in my opinion, if Ben Simmons wanted to watch any tape of any NBA player, he should look no further than two guys, Jason Kidd and Rajon Rondo. Because remember when Jason Kidd, for as great as Jason Kidd was, Jason Kidd could not shoot the first 2 or 3 years in his NBA career. Yeah. And as he developed the jump shot, it got better. People keep forgetting that Ben Simmons is only, 2 years into the NBA?
He's 24.
Markelle Fultz. Say it again.
He's 24. I mean, that's crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Remember, Markelle Fultz, everyone couldn't understand why Markelle Fultz all of a sudden couldn't shoot. Then we learned that it was his shoulder. And when he got the proper time to let it heal and everything, and the 76ers gave up on him, he shined when he was down in Orlando.
Yeah, he's going to be,
you know what I'm saying? Rajon Rondo, when he first come up with Boston, he couldn't shoot for crap either.
Right.
But as time went on, he developed himself a little jump shot, but still was able to be that massive facilitator and be that defensive guy. And that's what I think Ben Simmons is. So if you're trying to entice to make Cat stay and not make him leave, look no further than the Philadelphia 76ers if they're really willing to trade a what if for a guy that you can have no patience for, because that's going to be the theme of the show, the whole patience thing as we keep going. If I'm Minnesota, I'm pulling the trigger on it. Screw it. What are you going to do?
Just do it.
Ben Simmons to Cat Anthony Towns? Are you kidding me? That's money in the bank.
And D'Angelo Russell, too. And D'Angelo Russell. I mean, that's going to be a real – and also, let's be honest, who can they take right now with the number one pick that can have the type of impact that Simmons can have for them from day one? LaMelo's going to be a project either way. This kid Edwards is going to be – he's not going to be a guy that's going to jump in right away and be a scoring threat in the league. Weissman's going to still take – he needs a lot of seasoning. You know, there's a lot of question marks around the top 4, top 5. So I agree with you, and I think right now – if you're the Sixers and you just got done giving Elton Brand the keys, and all Elton Brand did was just bring in like 4 big guys, pay Tobias Harris $30 million a year, give Horford even more money, and now you're going to say, oh, that didn't work out too well. Let's give the reins to Doc Rivers. I don't know. Does his track record really show that he's a great player development and player personnel evaluator? I don't think so. I mean, let's be clear about the reason, and I shouldn't say it that way. There was very, very heavy talks that a lot of the Clippers players were mad as hell at Doc Rivers and his rotation during the playoffs, specifically giving more minutes to Montrezl Harrell, not giving enough minutes to Ivica Zubac, because Zubac was having a really nice defensive series in their first round. And what happened was Montrezl Harrell became a little bit more healthy, and they wanted to see what the rotation looked like, and they just basically cut Zubac out of the rotation. And guys like, unfortunately, guys like Kawhi Leonard, and also guys that, have been there for quite a while, like Lou Williams, were saying, what the hell? Even Lou Williams, who is best friends probably with Montrezl Harrell, is like, hey, we cannot be playing this undersized 6'7" power forward when you got Anthony Davis on the other side, or you got other guys that are going to be constantly beating you up. And, what's his name? Jokic killed Montrezl Harrell in that series. So to me, it's not like Doc Rivers is scot-free in this. He had a lot of mistakes with the Clippers, and the Sixers just clearly see their future. They don't want to, let's just be honest, they didn't want to give it to an assistant. They don't want to give it to a guy who's a career sort of player but no coach like Steve Nash. They wanted to find a guy who was seasoned, a guy who could come in and sort of take control, take the reins right away, and let's see if that works out for them. I don't think it will, though.
I don't think it will either. I think everyone's still hanging on to the Boston days, the championship Boston days of Doc Rivers. But it's like, dude, it's
a different time, man. It's a different time. That's
what was that, like almost 10 years ago?
Over 10 years ago in some instances, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, dude, like, if you keep looking at Doc Rivers, like, what is screaming out outside of that his name is Doc Rivers that keeps making you say, you know what? We're going to give this guy one more chance to flourish in the NBA. Dude, there's plenty of other better candidates or fresh guys that are coming up that you could bring in that could help this team out. Or here's a crazy idea. If you're Elton Brand, how about you not get rid of all your shooters on your team?
Right.
How about you not get rid of J.J. Redick, who helped spread the floor?
Robert Covington.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Instead, you bring in Tobias, inconsistent Harris. Joel Embiid cannot stay on the floor healthy. Like, these guys keep getting hurt.
And Josh Richardson can't shoot. Yeah.
Right. And then the one guy who may have been a consistent shooter and better consistent overall player in Jimmy Butler, you let him go so he can go to Miami.
Yeah.
So I don't know, dude. I just think that the Sixers right now are that team where they're going to have great players, but they're going to have average results because Elton Brand is not making the right moves, and I'm just not feeling this Doc Rivers move. Yeah,
I agree. And there's still a lot to be. I wanted to mention before we wrapped up on the NBA that the draft, I believe, now has an official date. I think we've said, the NBA was going to wait for a lot of the playoff stuff to happen, but as of right now, it looks like the draft is set, and obviously the order is set. But yeah, let's just get, because there's so much to talk as far as baseball is concerned right now too. So let's just get right into the bad news here. The bad news is my team is no longer going to be playing in the playoffs. No Chicago team is left. The White Sox lost Game 3 of the Wild Card series to Oakland in Oakland. A little bit of a collapse there. They were up early in the game, and just very poor timing on injuries and very poor decisions by Ricky Renteria. He went to the bullpen after two-thirds of an inning. So Dane Dunning basically got 2 outs and left 2 people on, hadn't given up a run, but Ricky felt like it was enough to take him out. He takes him out. He brings in our hot shot lefty, Garrett Crochet, and Crochet gets 1 out, and then comes out the next inning, he gets hurt. So they had to go to their high leverage guys. I'm talking guys that we would usually put in the 8th and 9th inning. We had to put them in the 2nd inning. Really, really poor. I mean, listen, I'm a Ricky guy. I like Ricky, but I think he proved that he probably can't be the guy that's going to be coaching this team when they are World Series guys. Because I'm going to be honest with you, if the White Sox won this series, it would have been tremendous as a fan. But when you look at the type of problems we had with Cleveland and the type of problems we had with Minnesota, and then Houston and your team just basically dispatched both of those teams handily, I really didn't like our shot against either the Yankees or, I mean, you know, I'm not too scared about the Astros, but if you look at it, the cards were kind of unfolding to show that the most experienced teams were going to be moving forward and the less experienced teams. And let's be honest, Oakland has they were going on 9 straight a win or go home games that they've lost. So, you know, that's a team that's been there, and we're a team that hasn't. Very disappointing. A lot of guys really didn't show up towards the end of the season, and the White Sox have a long off season ahead of them of you know, improving the rotation, improving the DH spot, improving right field. So, you know, I guess as a White Sox fan, we talked about it last week, you're playing with house money. So I was a little bit devastated for a night, and the next morning I woke up and I was, you know, just trying to think about the future. And the Cubs in the same way, too. The Cubs, I mean, let's be honest, they should have beat the Marlins. I don't care who, you know, is leaving, possibly not leaving. Okay, first year manager, you know, got a lot of guys that are in limbo right now. The Marlins should not be beating the Cubs, and they did a tremendous job. That guy, I think it's Sixto Hernandez, I think it is, or Sixto Sanchez or something. That dude is filthy. I mean, that dude was dealing, and I feel bad for Cubs fans watching their team have to face that guy. 5 shutout innings, probably could have gone farther. Yu Darvish was tremendous, but they didn't have enough, and the Cubs were eliminated yesterday as well.
Let's talk about the Cubs real quick.
Let's.
As a matter of fact, you know what? I actually have a suggestion.
Okay.
For all Cubs fans.
Okay.
Which is why I want to talk about the White Sox first, because the White Sox for me, I think is a faster talk for me, just because you said it best. The White Sox were playing with house money. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think the White Sox were at a position where they went from not being in the playoffs for 12 years. They got a lot of nice young kids. And like you said, there's a few spots where they, you know, shore up the bullpen, shore up the DH spot, shore up right field. If you spend the right money in those spots, and I think also, you have to give Rick Renteria maybe a little leeway, because this is his first time in this position too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So everyone is learning, including Rick. So let's see what the White Sox go next year if they hit those spots that you said.
Yeah.
The Cubs, I think, are in a different position. If I was a Cubs fan, or if I was just a Chicago Cubs, period, I would look no further than the 2016 New York Yankees. And what I mean by that is the Cubs are now at a position where they are going to have to become sellers yet competitive. That's what the Yankees were in 2016. When the Yankees went into June, they realized that they weren't going to catch up with Boston. They realized that they weren't going to catch up with Baltimore at the time. And Toronto was even really good that year. They knew they weren't going to be able to catch up with those guys. So what they did is they sold. They traded Aroldis Chapman for Gleyber Torres. They traded they traded somebody else. They traded Carlos Beltran for Justice Sheffield. Yeah. And then they traded Andrew Miller
to St. Louis,
Clint Frazier to the Indians.
Oh, to the Indians, that's right, yeah.
Right. But the Yankees in 2016 were still competitive. what it took for them to be totally out of contention and the wind getting out of their sails was when Dylan Betances served up the meatball to Hanley Ramirez, and he hit a moonshot walk-off home run in the center field in Boston, and the Yankees never really recovered. But what happened since then? In 2017, while playing with quote-unquote house money, they went all the way to Game 7 in the ALCS.
Yeah.
And they've been in the playoffs every year since then. I think the Cubs need to do the same thing, because the problem is that the Cubs have too many guys trying to be heroes and not enough guys playing baseball.
Right.
And that's what killed them last year. When you're at home and you only score 2 games and 2 eliminations, well, one game was to win the Central, and you only scored 1 run against the Milwaukee Brewers to do that, and then your next game was against Colorado in the wild card game, and you only scored 1 game in that. Why? Because Baez, Bryant, Rizzo, and a couple other Schwarber, and a couple of these guys are all trying to hit home runs. Yeah. How about you get on base?
Yeah.
Especially Javier Baez. Like, I know Cub fans love Javier Baez, right, but if you're a real Cubs fan and you're really looking at him, you have to be pissed at this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like, dude, Javier, just get on base, dude. You have the ability to steal bases. He always got those crazy antics that could drive a guy nuts. Make him go crazy on the base pass, but stop going up there with these violent ass swings. Dude, Jason Hayward, I think, had more hits in that series against the Marlins than Baez, Rizzo, and Bryant all combined. And Jason Hayward, if you think about it, was kind of like the
You're breaking up on us there, Nick. Let's wait for Nick to reconfigure, because we're losing a little bit of a connection here.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right.
No, he's back. You're back, Nick. Yep, you're back.
Back? Okay, cool. So my thing is this. The Chicago Cubs, first of all, get what you can for Chris Bryant. This obviously does not want to be in Chicago anymore. The man gave no effort in trying to play. The man gave no will of trying to play. And you already know that he doesn't want to be in Chicago anymore.
Yeah.
So get rid of him.
Yeah,
What's the point in keeping?
They made a huge mistake, Nick, when there was lots and lots of talk before this season about how if the Cubs traded Bryant, it would trigger this sort of, rebuild type of atmosphere, and that they wanted to trade Bryant because they wanted to get what they could, but they were worried about the backlash not only from the fan base but also internally on what they could do to replace. I mean, let's be honest. David Bodie is not that bad of a player to replace Chris Bryant with. In fact, Bodie has been tremendous for the Cubs over the last couple of years. So it's not like you don't have a replacement for Bryant. One thing I will say, Nick, is one thing that the White Sox have right now that the Cubs could really use is table setters. We have Nick Madrigal, one of the best contact hitters in all of baseball, and he's a rookie. This is his first year. One of the best two-strike hitters in all of baseball. First year. One of the best 9 hitters in all of baseball. He's always on base as a 9-spot guy. And then on top of that, you got Tim Anderson, who's a batting title guy at the number 1 spot. And then you have 4 or 5 guys that can hit the shit out of the ball. But the problem is, let's be honest, the Cubs had Rizzo leading off for most of this year. They've experimented with Bryant leading off at some points. They've experimented with Baez leading off at some points. Speaking of a guy who's never met a pitch he didn't like, Wilson Contreras. The guy is already halfway swinging before he even sets his feet in the box. I'm telling you right now, this Cubs lineup has potential. They could leave every single player that we're talking about right now in next year, if they just brought some table setters in, bring some guys that can hit at the beginning of the lineup and the end of the lineup, and then you can use Baez and Schwarber. Because let's be honest, if you're a team, Nick, what are you going to give them for Chris Bryant at this point? I'm going to have to give Chris Bryant this crazy fucking money. He only has 1 year left of team control because they've been playing so much with his team control. And on top of that, it's like, what? I'll just wait. I'll just wait a year. You guys don't want to wait? I'll just wait a year. I'm not going to give you my top prospects for a guy that I could just get in free agency next year. I think teams are learning their lesson on that now. So you got Baez, who wants an extension. He's saying he wants to be a Cub for the rest of his life. We'll see about that. Rizzo, there's a lot of talk that Rizzo probably isn't going to be worth the money he's going to get on his next deal. So if you're the Cubs, are you going to give them loyalty money? Are you going to say, well, you're not going to be as good as this contract shows, but we loved what you did in 2016, so here's this. I'm not sure the Cubs are in a position to do that right now. So, and I'll be honest with you, Nick, I would like to say that their problems are bigger than the hitting, but it's not. When you got Yu Darvish, who's back to Cy Young levels, Kyle Hendricks has always been a top of the rotation type guy. You've got other guys in that rotation and in the bullpen that have improved heavily this year. And when you are going against the Marlins, you do not expect to lose 3-0, and that's what they did yesterday. And unfortunately, this could be the end of this version of the Cubs team because if I'm the Cubs right now, I'm blowing it up. I'm thinking, you know what? That worked pretty well for the Southsiders, and they don't even have a World Series. We don't even have a World Series ring to show for our rebuild. You motherfuckers already have a World Series ring. You got your ring in 2016, and now all you really have to do is blow up this team. You know, maybe keep one or two of the guys that we're talking about around. Get rid of the rest. Bring in some guys that can have some potential, and let's. I think that would be exactly in the mold of what the Yankees did in 2016. I'm sorry, 2016, yeah.
Exactly, dude. And I mean that's the thing too, because but you also got to remember, I feel like sometimes the Cubs may not be in this position had the Chicago Cubs not were so desperate to go out and repeat, that you trade Jose Quintana and you give away a couple of your great pitching or your prospects in general to the White Sox, because not so much Quintana had good stuff. He had okay stuff, but it was the team control that a lot of people were interested in, because I remember at one point the Yankees were talking about Jose Quintana, but the price was too high for them. So the Cubs were willing to pay that price. And, you give Jason Hayward the big contract and whatnot. But I'm with you when you say, I find it crazy that a guy who's a potential 40 home run, 3-hole hitter in Anthony Rizzo is leading off.
Right.
Or if, I think, again, Javier Baez, in my opinion, would be the choice, but Javier's always trying to hit home runs instead of just taking the pitch that's given to him.
Yeah.
And that's what you see a lot of swings and misses. But I think he could be so much better than that. And that's the thing. That's where I think where the Cubs miss is, I'm not saying that David Ross isn't a bad manager. What I'm saying is, at what point does David Ross come up and say, it's like, you ever seen Major League 2 when, I can't think of what the manager's name was, but when he kept getting on Willie Mays Hayes for all of a sudden wanting to hit home runs, it's not your game.
Right. I'm
not saying Javi can't go deep, but you have to understand the situation here. You could be an all-around player and not just a guy that just pops home run. We know your glove is decent. We know your tag game is one of the best in the game. We know you got pop, but dude, you could also be a great table setter and set the team up, and let's get some stolen bases. Let's make the pitchers uncomfortable. David Ross has to come in and get in Javier Baez's ass and say, hey, dude, you could do a lot more for this team than just MLB The Show commercials and home runs. You could be so much better than that.
Yeah.
And I really think that that's where they mess up, and at this point, the question is where do the Cubs go from here? Because the Reds are getting better. The Cardinals aren't slowing down. The Brewers aren't slowing down. Hell, the NL Central sent 4 teams in the playoffs this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only team that didn't make it was who am I missing
Pittsburgh.
in that stupid ass division? The Pirates.
Yeah.
Who blatantly suck.
Yeah, and they're trying to suck.
Exactly. So that's my thing. If you're the Cubs, you're realizing like, man, dude, everyone's starting to catch up to us now, or some. It's basically what it is the Brewers and the Cardinals aren't slowing down, but the Reds are slowly starting to creep up to make you the 4th best team in that division. So either David Ross gets in their ass and makes them play a little bit different than what they were and give them a different identity, or you blow it up. Yeah. There is no in between. Yeah. They got to do something, dude, because the Cubs, like I said, the Cubs over the last 4 years did so much to bring a World Series to this team, and they have regressed in the worst way possible. Because if there's anybody that's laughing right now, it should be Joe Madden. Because everyone's sitting there like, hi, you thought it was me, but the same BS that we just dealt with a couple years ago, you just dealt with now, where everybody's out here trying to hit home runs. It's the same old results.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm not dissing the Miami Marlins. I think they're a young team on the come up. But for an experienced team like the Cubs that should have handled them, you let them embarrass you twice in your own home field. That's embarrassing. And now it's done happened 2 of the last 3 years.
Yeah, and also, Nick, I mean, one thing that is really, really apparent with the Central, St. Louis isn't even spending money. Like, they didn't go out and spend a ton of money, right? Milwaukee, they were almost thinking about blowing it up before the season. Remember? They're like, we might trade Hader, we might trade this guy. They barely wanted to give Christian Yelich that contract. So the scary part for the Cubs is Cincinnati's really the only one that's doing it with money. St. Louis consistently has guys that you've never heard of that are going to pitch 7 innings of shutout baseball. The Brewers are consistently going to have this guy who comes out of the bullpen and he throws absolute gas that moves 6 inches across the plate, and you're not going to be able to do it. And you've never heard of this guy. They didn't just sign this guy for $100 million contract. They just found him. And the Cubs don't have many of those guys. The Cubs have a lot of guys that now either you're going to have to re-sign for big money, which if I'm the Ricketts, I may be rethinking about my ownership in this whole thing, because it's like they put all of their own money into renovating Wrigley. They put all of their own money into building this marquee sports network, which is, let's be honest, that's worked out terribly for them. If you're the Yankees and you have the Yes Network, that's one thing, right? But if you are the Cubs and you bring in this marquee sports network, you make it harder for your diehard fans to watch it. I have to go out of my way to have this different channel. And really, you didn't see much revenue come in from it. If I'm the Ricketts, I'm thinking, shit, man, and I'm not sure how much they cashed out from 2016 per se, but, you know, if I'm the Ricketts, I'm rethinking. And also, Nick, I can't help but wonder. I know we don't like to work in hypotheticals on this show, and we don't like to talk about things that don't actually exist in real life. But man, oh man, would Gleyber Torres look really nice at second base right now for the Cubs, and maybe in the 1 or 2 hole, because the way that this guy, because Gleyber's got power, but it's effortless power. He's always up there trying to get the barrel in front of the ball, always running hard, always consistently. You know, he's not a guy that slumps very often either. So in terms of, if you're the Cubs, man, it would be nice to have Gleyber Torres. Man, it would be nice to have Eloy Jimenez. Man, it would be nice to have Dylan Cease. And that sucks to think about it like that way, because again, it's a hypothetical. You got a World Series out of it. No one's going to ever argue that the World Series was not worth it. But if you're the Cubs, now you've got a lot of these moving parts that are going to happen, and who knows what the Cubs fans are going to think of this whole thing. We know that Chicago fans, Nick, are not notoriously the most smartest fans in the world, not notoriously the most even-keeled and let's say level-headed fans in the world. When meatball Cubs fans hear that Anthony Rizzo, Javier Baez, Wilson Contreras, Chris Bryant, Kyle Schwarber could all possibly not be on this team next year, there's going to be a lot of revolt there.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And, you know, I guess maybe because I'm a diehard Yankees fan and championship is always the goal when it comes to the Yankees, maybe I see things differently. But if I'm going to make those kind of moves, you can't just come and tell me, well, at least we got a World Series out of it, and that's what's up.
Yeah.
Because you could end up being the Marlins.
Right.
The Marlins twice have won World Series since 1995. And after both years, they blew up the team and sucked for 10 years.
Yeah.
So my thing is it really worth the World Series? Because if you're going to make those kind of moves to win, that's fine. But make sure you're going to be able to win 2 or 3 more years. Because if I traded the number 1 prospect in MLB in Gleyber Torres, or at least he was a top 5. He was number 1 in the Cubs, but maybe it was top 5 in Baseball America. For Aroldis Chapman on the last year of his deal, I better get 2 or 3 out of this because, you're looking at the right now, which is fine. But, I think in baseball, you have to look at the now and then 5 years.
Right.
And that's why I'm saying, I'm in this group that's called and the only reason I'm in it is because I be trolling this one dude in the group, but it's called Brian Cashman is the most overrated GM in baseball.
Okay.
It's a bunch of guys that hate Brian Cashman, and I'm always the one in there that's defending him. But you have to do like what a Brian Cashman did. It's like, okay, yeah, we made these trades, but now look at us 5 years from now. We traded Aroldis Chapman, but we still was able to bring him back because Aroldis pulled a Jose Abreu.
And he told him, I'm going to come back. He told him, I'll be back. Don't worry.
Definitely did.
Yeah.
He sure did. He said, look, the Yankees approached him and said, look, we want you to be here, but we need to trade you for us to be better. And he blatantly was like, okay, you know what, that's fine, but I'm just letting any team know that I'm coming back to New York when this is over with. And the Cubs made that, they made the risk. And Aroldis Chapman was true to his word, and now he's back in New York. So basically the Cubs, outside of the World Series, don't really have anything to show for it, though.
Yeah. And
you get what I'm saying?
And I will say this, Nick. I will say this. You are spoiled with the Yankees because you have to keep in mind this organization had gone 108 years without one, and that really flipped the script on everything. Because if the Cubs had 1 or 2 to show for it in the 90s like the Yankees did, there's not a shot in the world they would do that. But I think as a fan base, Cubs fans are always smoldering towards the top of the volcano, and they're always ready to burst out into a massive issue. And we see it right now because Cubs fans are clamoring to start this rebuild up. But the problem is they don't understand what it is to be in a rebuild. I mean, listen, I'm telling you, we are just barely ass backwards out of a rebuild on the South Side. It's not fun. It's not fucking fun to lose 100 games a year. It's not fun to be the doormat of your division. It's not fun to be on the road and lose 70 games on the road. When you are trying to go all in, it's one thing. And they went all in and they got, let's be honest, they got what they wanted out of that all in scenario. But now you got your wishes, and now you have to go into next season with a different mindset. Even more different than it was this year, because again, this year they were kind of, remember, Nick, they were flirting with the idea of getting, of letting go of Chris Bryant, flirting with the idea of possibly trading Schwarber and trading Contreras, and basically now you're in a position where you almost have to do that in order to sustain this. And I'll be honest with you, if I'm the Cubs, Kyle Schwarber's a great player, but do I think Kyle Schwarber is going to be a guy that I need to go out of my way to keep around in town? No. If an AL team calls me tomorrow and offers me 2 prospects that I think are going to be good for us in the next 4 years, I'm taking that without a doubt, because he's probably going to do better for them as a DH than he ever will do for me in left field, even though he's been a more competent left fielder than they imagined when he first moved from catcher. But now you've got a guy who basically could probably hit 40 home runs at Yankee Stadium if he wanted to, or hit 40 runs at Kauffman Stadium if he wanted to. And, you as a Cubs really don't get that much out of him other than the occasional long bomb at Wrigley. And you don't get enough out of him on the defensive side of the ball. So lots and lots of questions to be answered for both Chicago teams. And I think the mentality is going to be completely different. I think the White Sox, they're going to be in on the Trevor Bauers. They're going to be in on these guys that they need to be in on. But the Cubs, it's going to be almost the opposite approach. It's going to be, let's play some money ball. Who can we bring in to fill some innings for us next year, for cheap. But the White Sox, they're going to bust out the checkbook. There's going to be no excuses this year. And again, the reason why I'm so hard on Ricky, because I think it's worth mentioning, and you did mention it, that this is his first year in this type of competition. But if you're Ricky, you don't have the type of leash that you normally would, because we aren't the Cubs. It hasn't been 108 years for us. I mean, listen, 2005 is a long-ass time ago. Trust me, it sucks, but I'm not in a make-or-break position right now. I want my team to find a way to be good for the next 10 years, and that's what my team has been able to do over the last 4 years, is say, you know what, we're going to be really shitty right now, but if this goes well over the next 10 years, we're going to be really, really good. And that's why, again, I was devastated when the Sox didn't make it through. So many little things you can look at that we could have done better, that we could have, advanced, and we could have been talking about, hey, the White Sox are in the ALDS, but we're not talking about that right now. And obviously you've got the Astros and the Athletics who will be facing off, and you got your Yankees facing off against a pretty familiar team in the Rays, and the Rays basically blew through their opponent. Same thing with the Astros in Minnesota. Let's just go through that really quick before we move on. Game 1 of the ALDS, that will start on Monday, so we should be able to at least talk about 1 or 2 games by next week. But how are you feeling about this series and obviously moving forward for the Yankees?
You want me to start with the Astros A's? You want to start with the Rays Yankees?
I'll be honest with you. Let's start with the Astros A's, because I just think there's less storylines in the Astros A's. I think the A's are reeling. They probably should have lost, and the Astros have all the momentum. But yeah, let's start with the Astros and A's. Who do you like in that series?
To be honest with you, dude, based on, first of all, I think this is going to be, as a matter of fact, if I was to go with all 4 series, and I wrote this in my notes, I think, and maybe you feel the same way, this might be one of the best things that has happened to baseball in a while. And just look at the matchups: Rays Yankees AL East, Astros A's AL West, Padres Dodgers NL West, Miami versus Atlanta NL East. All of these games are now division rivals. So before I move on to Astros A's, let me ask you this question. If you see something like this, and then you might peep the ratings, and the ratings start going up, when baseball goes back to 162 games, which I think they're going to do next year.
Yeah.
Do you just keep this format right here and just leave it at 8 per? Or do you think they try and go right back to 6?
I think.
You get what I'm saying? Because I feel like if this works, if this is working like this, you're going to get these matchups. If you're a diehard baseball fan, you're
loving it.
Damn, you're loving it. You're like, oh man, there's like no intertwine here. These are all division rivals, and especially with the Rays and Yankees, because they hate the piss out of each other right now.
Yeah. And
it's like, you have the Astros A's, where the A's might actually be the heavily rooted for team with everything that happened with the Astros.
Right.
And then you get San Diego and LA. You got the powerhouse Dodgers against the young kids in San Diego. And then you get in Miami, you got the upstart Marlins against the Atlanta Braves that a lot of people think can make the World Series. There's so many great storylines.
Yeah. I had this discussion with somebody the other day. I was trying to think of who it is, but I can't think of it. I like the amount of teams that are in the playoffs. I think we can work on how we get those players in. Meaning, I'm not a huge fan of 1-2 making it. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that 1, 2 in each division makes it. I think we could change that. Because the problem is, in a 162-game season, you're gunning for number 1. You can't say, well, it's okay, we'll be gunning for number 2 this year. I don't like that as a mentality. What I do like, though, is adding more wild cards to make it be the 16 teams. So how we have to do that, I don't know. I haven't really thought of it enough. I don't like one-game play-ins. I really don't, Nick. I think you and I are both in the same boat that if you're going to have a 162-game season, I think it would be more fair to have it more than one game for a play-in game. We saw it this year. 3 games is just fine. It's not taking up too much space. You just, people were watching just as much as they were watching before, if not more now with more games on TV. So I like the expanded teams. I just think that they're going to have to be a little bit more creative as far as how people get in. I want to be able. I don't want it to be one of those things where you only have to be 1 or 2, because what happens, Nick, is you and I both know this. By end of June, the first 3 slots are pretty much locked in for each division, unless you're talking about a really close race. So we could be talking about teams in the 1 or 2 spot at the end of June who are just trying to kill innings and just get themselves into the playoffs. And I'm not a huge fan of that. I like the idea that number 1 feels secure and everybody else after that is like, we got to fight for our keep here. So I like the expanded playoffs. I want them to be a little bit more creative as far as how people get in.
I am being told that the almighty Texas Longhorns apparently just lost. I think they played Texas Tech. Excuse me, not Texas Tech. They played. No, Texas Tech is playing. That's A&M that's playing.
Yeah, Alabama. Yeah.
Why am I shots?
Sorry, I've got it open in front of me. I'm just trying to. Oh, it's TCU.
TCU, there you go. There you
Christian, 33-31. Wow. How many upsets? You got Pittsburgh, who's in the top 25, who lost. We had 3 top 5 teams lose last week, Nick. I think we said it on the show. There's going to be a lot of upsets this year. There's going to be a lot of teams that you see at number 3 right now that are going to end off outside of the top 25 at the end of the year as well.
Yeah.
Texas A&M is tied with Alabama, too.
3. Yeah, Florida right now is in that top 3. That's going to be interesting because if the SEC goes the way it's been going, you're going to get Florida versus Alabama in the SEC title game. We'll see how that goes. But then I'll also say, and I hate the Gators, but to be fair with them, do they look really good? And on top of that, let me say this too, and this is only assuming that Alabama gets by Texas A&M today and they run the table going to the SEC title game. Florida also has to play Georgia, who's really good. And I think that's all because, the SEC East isn't as strong as the West.
Right.
You have Florida, you have Georgia, and then you got Tennessee that kind of that lurks there. But then you also got Vanderbilt, I think, is in the East. And there's another team, South Carolina, who Florida is playing right now, is in the East. So the West is a little bit stronger, but that doesn't mean that the cakewalk for Florida to get to the SEC title game is strong because of how good Georgia is, and they play Auburn later on today. So, we'll see. We'll see what goes on with that, but. To shift back to baseball quick, I think the Astros experience is going to overtake the A's, but let everyone know that America has Oakland's back.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
And on top of that, dude, can Carlos Correa either just play baseball or shut the hell up, dude?
Yeah.
What a douche. Where are we at now? Everyone said that
I know you're mad.
Dude, CeCe Sabathia lit his stupid ass.
I know. I loved it.
Dude, nobody cares.
Yeah.
We still know you're cheaters. I walk around Houston with my Yankee gear on, and I've had so many people come up to be like, hey, yo, man, if y'all meet up with Houston, man, we hope that y'all whoop their asses. I got a few people up there.
Yeah.
You can't wear that Yankee stuff around here. I'm like, well, you can't wear cheater stuff around here either, but you don't see me complaining. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah.
my thing is, I think with
Houston and Oakland.
With Houston, I think they have the experience, but trust me, Oakland I think knows they have nothing to lose per se.
Right.
And I think that they're going to come out guns blazing because they're not scared of Houston, and they've pretty much whooped Houston this year. But the playoffs are a different monster than playing in the regular season.
Yeah.
And that's why going into the next series, if I'm a Tampa Bay Rays fan, don't get me wrong, it's cool to have confidence knowing that you beat the Yankees. I think it was 9 out of 10 times this year.
Wow.
But you didn't play these playoff healthy New York Yankees. So if you're walking around for whatever reason thinking that it's going to be a cakewalk, Aaron Boone has already said that Garrett Cole is starting game 1. And we saw what he did against Cleveland. Which, speaking of the devil,
I love the way you guys beat up on Shane Bieber. That just made me smile so much.
Thank you, because that's exactly where I was going to go. Mark Teixeira can first kiss my ass. Yankees traitor. What a dick. This dude comes out and says, I think that the Indians will come out and beat New York Yankees. They're probably going to beat in both games. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
What really pissed me off was watching the game and listening to Matt Veskursion and A-Rod blow Shane Bieber the entire game. And was
making excuses why he was giving up runs.
Right. I mean, bro, it was excuse city.
Yeah.
We don't understand why Shane Bieber's looking like this. We're surprised he looks like this. Dude, the Yankees have made mincemeat out of the aces of the Cleveland Indians. Look no further than 2017
Kluber,
when we beat Cleveland when Corey Kluber was on top of the world.
Yeah.
They beat him twice.
Yeah.
Twice in that 5-game ALDS. Wait a minute. Was it twice? No, I take that back. They beat up on him in game 1, but they came back and beat him. But then they beat up on his ass again in game 5 when the Yankees came back from being down 2-0 and beat him 3-2. That's what I'm saying. Dude, and A-Rod, and I love A-Rod to death, but I think I'm going to start joining the bandwagon of A-Rod getting off of baseball.
He's so bad. He's so bad. I'm sorry.
Dude, Gio's last name is blatantly pronounced Urshela. He called him Gio Urshela at least 7 times in that game. Yeah. And I'm just like, God, A-Rod.
Nick, I'm not
not
usually hard on former players who are broadcasters because I get it, right? You're coming into the job because you're a former player. You bring that expertise. I'm not expecting you to be a professional broadcaster. But my God, that guy puts his foot in his mouth at least once an inning. At least once an inning. He's saying something stupid. The problem is Veskursion is used to doing stuff with Jessica Mendoza and a third person. So he's used to sort of being the fill-in guy, right? Okay, you said this for 20 seconds. All right, let me move he's a transition guy. But with him and Alex Rodriguez, and also, I can't lie, the guy, Jessica Mendoza, who I usually like, I don't want to sound like a sexist asshole here. I like Jessica Mendoza. I think genuinely she is a good baseball analyst person. But man, I don't know who the guy is that they had her with in the Oakland series, but it was bad to the point where I had the TV muted and I had the White Sox radio on my phone because I just couldn't do it. It was just hurting my soul. And ESPN right now has to start thinking outside the box because they are just putting in these seasoned people that they've had there for 10 years and they're adding in these players who they think, I mean, AJ Przinsky, don't get me wrong, I love AJ. I'm a White Sox fan. I have to. I'm forced to love AJ. But he is god awful on the broadcast. And what bothers me most, Nick, is you're there to be the baseball guy. So when you're coming on, I want to hear your knowledge of baseball. When you're giving me a preview of the guy who's coming in the game, I don't want you to read off the sheet. This guy's got a fastball. He's got a curveball. He's got a slider. 96. listen, I know that. I want you to give me a perspective. I want you to show me why you're on the broadcast. And Alex Rodriguez, time and time again, can't do that. He has no broadcasting chops. I think he might have said, "Indeed," at least 100 times in the game that I watched with the Yankees, where Vasgersian goes, "This just happened," and Alex Rodriguez, his only response is, "Indeed." Alex, you're getting paid 6 figures for this. Can we get a couple more words out of you, my man?
And then they go like broadcast silent while they wait for the next pitch to come, and then Vasgersian has to muster up 3 more sentences, and sometimes he has to repeat himself because it's like he's waiting for A-Rod to kind of try and give him a little something, and he's just like, okay, let me see if I have to repeat this for him to open his goddamn mouth and give me something else other than indeed. Dude, I caught the same thing you did.
Indeed.
Like I said, I tried to defend A-Rod, but I couldn't in that Cleveland, New York series. I was like, dude, A-Rod, you're killing me, bro.
But either way, you mentioned, I'm glad you mentioned it. We've got 4 really tremendous series and good storylines to look after. I agree with you. I think the Athletics right now are a little bit undermanned when it comes to experience. And after watching them against the White Sox, they look really, really malleable as far as the starting pitching is concerned. Their bullpen has always been tremendous. They've got a tremendous bullpen. They're always going to find guys to get on base somehow. But they just can't get it done on the starting pitchers, and your bullpen is useless to you if you can't take a lead or a close game into the 6th, right? So with the Astros, whether they're doing it clean or not, I think they'll be able to get them in the first couple innings, and I think the Astros have the advantage of that one. And I'll be honest with you, Nick, the Rays to me seem like a team that is destined for some sort of downfall, meaning they have been slowly going up the roller coaster and clicking and clanking and almost up to the top, and to me it's due for one of those and all the way down and crashing, because right now you have every single person in that lineup basically hitting the cover off the ball. The first couple games that they had, their pitching was tremendous, and it's going to be really tough to do that against Garrett Cole, and even more so, the Yankees have the bullpen to match the bullpen of the Rays as well. So that's probably the most intriguing series to me. I think the Yankees are due for a little bit more, and I think the Rays are due for a little bit less. I like the Yankees in the series.
Yeah, me too. And let me say this too, because there's been a lot of bulletin material between these two teams, and I wrote this in my notes. I was thinking, this Rays-Yankees rivalry that's kind of been brewing over the last 2 years or so is slowly, I'm not saying it's going to be the next Red Sox Yankees. I think it's more of Baltimore Yankees when Baltimore was really good in those late 90s series that the Yankees and the Orioles used to have, because these teams hate one another. And a lot of it stemmed from last year when somebody hit the Yankees, and I can't think of who on Tampa did it, and CeCe Sabathia was having none of that. And that's when CeCe was like maybe a strikeout or 2 innings away from getting this bonus. And he said, screw the bonus. Right. And he hit somebody, and they threw him out immediately, and he went and was talking mad shit to Tampa, and the Yankees just went ahead and gave him the bonus anyway.
Right.
Because that was like his last game, I think, before he had retired.
Yeah.
And so they were like, screw it, we'll give you the bonus anyway. And
classy move.
Going into this year, you had the game that got Aroldis Chapman suspended when he almost threw at one of the Rays' head, and now they're going around wearing this bulletin material on their shirt saying that we got guys that throw 98 too. But what happens is, when you're a young team trying to make a statement and you have this older team that's not even fazed by the statement you're trying to make, it could be advantage the veterans. Yeah. Because you have Giancarlo Stanton. Matter of fact, for Yankee fans out there that hate Giancarlo and act like, oh, we shouldn't have took on his contract, and he said he's not opting out of the last 7 years where he's due $30 million a year, which I wouldn't have either.
Right.
Do you know that the Yankees, dating back from last year, are 7-0 in any game that Giancarlo Stanton played in?
Wow.
No matter what he did in the game, Giancarlo Stanton, when his name is in the lineup, dating back to last year, going into this playoff series, the Yankees are 7-0.
Wow.
They swept Minnesota in the 2 games that they beat Houston. Remember, they beat them in game 1, and that's when he got hurt with the calf injury, and he didn't play 2, 3, and 4. Edwin Encarnacion did.
Yeah.
They lost all 3 of those games. Then Stanton came back in game 5, and they won against Justin Verlander, but then he wasn't able to go game 6, and they ended up losing in the 9th. Then you go into this year, Giancarlo again missed a lot of games. He's kind of fresh going into playoffs, had homered in back-to-back games. They win in back-to-back games. So I think the key for me in this one is Giancarlo Stanton, clearly.
Yeah.
I think his presence in that lineup, and if he doesn't swing at dumbass sliders on 2-strike pitches like he didn't do in the 9th inning against Cleveland, which ended up putting them in the lead eventually after a few walks and hits, I think the Rays are in for it, because I think that the Rays are going into this series talking about, man, we just beat this team 9 out of 10 times. Man, we got this, that, and everything else. And the Yankees are coming in saying, but they're not playoff ready like we are.
Right.
And that's what I think it's going to come down to. So, yeah, no, I like the Yankees in this too. But I think that before we go into the NLDS, I think this ALDS should bring in some serious ratings.
For sure.
Everyone hates the Astros. The Rays and Yankees hate each other.
Right.
The storylines in this are great. And if you don't watch any of this series, you're doing yourself a huge disservice.
Yeah, and honestly, Nick, I mean, and to transition to the NLDS, there's some storylines here too, because the Padres and Dodgers series is a really, really fun, interesting series for anybody that's been watching baseball the last 2 years. And the Padres are a fun story this year. They are clearly a team that, remember, Nick, they went all in at the deadline, right? They went and got Clevenger. They got like 5 or 6 other players at the deadline. Clearly, we're making a run to make this type of move. So that's going to be an interesting series. And you mentioned it as well, that the Marlins and Braves are an interesting series because the Braves were favorites over the last couple of years, haven't been able to get it done, and you got the Marlins who, you know, also are capitalizing on some bulletin board material themselves with this whole bottom feeders thing, and the fact that they went into the Philadelphia, and one of the Philadelphia broadcasters say, we have to beat, if we're going to be a good team, we have to beat the bottom feeders of the league like the Marlins. And the Marlins took that personally, and all they did was basically get themselves to the World Series, or I'm sorry, to the NLDS after, I mean, let's remember, Nick, remember that whole COVID thing with them? And then they had all those people testing positive, and at some points in the season, you had other teams playing 20-plus games, and the Marlins had played like 5. So after all the adversity, there's so many storylines here. ESPN is not going to be, you know, struggling to find a B-roll package for these series. And I think it's an intriguing series overall. I'll start with the Padres and the Dodgers because I think that's probably the little bit more competitive of a series here. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't have many views on the Braves and the Marlins. From what I watch with the Marlins, they have a pretty good staff, nice bullpen. Like I said, they got 2 front-end starters that can be really good, but Atlanta is stacked, consistently stacked in the lineup. So much depth, and as far as the pitching is concerned, I mean, they let go of Mike Foltynewicz. I think he was probably like one of their best pitchers last year, and they let him go like 3 or 4 weeks ago. So they are like so stacked to the point where they don't even really need reinforcements. But I think this Dodgers and Padres series is going to be really interesting. You have to take into consideration that the Padres have been trying to get to the Dodgers level for so long, are finally now at the level where they can say they're going to play them. You know, Fernando Tatis Jr., he's going to be like Voldemort to White Sox fans for the next 20 years because, you know, White Sox fans probably remember pretty clearly that we traded Fernando Tatis Jr. for James Shields. So thanks, James Shields. Appreciate it. But yeah, you got one of the most exciting baseball players in the league there, and they have consistently added to their team with, you know, Lamet is a tremendous front-end starter guy. I don't know if Clevenger is going to be ready for this series. I think they're going to try and put him on the roster, but as a backup. But again, the Dodgers had another tremendous season, and they're another team, Nick. It's crazy because they're another team that they have a player go out there. You've never heard of him before. He throws 101 miles an hour on the gun, has a 15 mile an hour discrepancy between his changeup and his fastball, and just gets everybody out. And we've never heard of them before, but the Dodgers found him. So the Dodgers continually do that, and I have a hard time picking against the Dodgers here, even though they continuously choke at these points. I don't think the Padres have enough as far as veteran experience. I don't consider Manny Machado a guy that's going to be able to lead you through many things. I think he's a guy who's he's going to be led, right? So I like the Dodgers as the favorites, but it's going to be a very interesting series.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Miami-Atlanta series. I think Atlanta's just too stacked, but first off, it shows you how great a manager that Don Mattingly is and has been.
Good point.
I think he got an unfair shake in L.A. when they 100%. Let him go there. And then just based on, and here's that word again, patience. And, everyone was making fun of Jared Jeter. Like, why would you get rid of Giancarlo? Why would you get rid of Christian Yelich? Why would you get rid of Marcell Ozuna?
JT Real
why
Muto.
Would you get rid of JT Real Muto and some of these other guys? But guess what? Out of all those names that I just mentioned, not only are the Marlins in the playoffs, but really the only guy out of all those names that I mentioned that are in the playoffs left is Giancarlo.
Yeah.
What is is Marcell Ozuna in
Marcel's in Atlanta, so that's true. But also, Christian Yelich was just eliminated himself, and then Real Muto didn't even make the playoffs.
Didn't even make the playoffs. And these are some of the cornerstone pieces of Miami. So I think they're an up-and-coming team. And, I think, basically, if you want to be real about it, dude, the National League East, in my opinion, not to get off the playoffs, are going to be a very interesting division because the Marlins are coming up. The Mets just got Steve Cohen as their owner now. So, he's going to spend money and his team's going to stop sucking for a while.
Yeah.
Atlanta's stacked. Philadelphia, I think, is still kind of that in the middle between team. And then who am I forgetting? Oh, and then there's the Nationals. And I think the Nationals are a team where they just got to stay healthy. I think that's what killed them last year.
Yeah.
Soto missed games. Scherzer missed games. Strasburg missed games. And they'll find someone to place Rodon eventually. Hello, New York Yankees. I'm gonna tell you what, dude. Miguel Andujar's got 1 foot out the door, and I'm just now thinking about that. I don't even have that in my notes. Now that I just mentioned it, if the Washington Nationals need a third baseman, let's talk. Because we have one. Gio Urshela pretty much just gave Miguel Andujar his walking papers. There's nowhere to put him.
What a tremendous game for Urshela against his former team.
Urshela did not only have the best, he was not only the best player in that game 2 against the Yankees, that might have been the best game of his career.
Wow.
You hit a grand slam for a guy who the Indians were like, you're good, but your bat's not that great, but you have a great glove, but we got guys that glove. And then Brian Cashman signs this guy for $600,000 and says, okay, look, we just need a defensive replacement because Miguel Andujar isn't that great. Then Andujar goes down with the shoulder injury. And Gio Urshela hit 20-plus home runs for a guy who everyone thought his bat wasn't all that great.
Right.
Then in the biggest stage, when the Yankees were on the doorstep threatening and you knock out Hector Carrasco, the same guy that the Indians just said wasn't that great, A, hits a grand slam, B, in the 9th, hit this crazy, awesome curveball in the center field to keep the inning going. And then just in the inning before, Aroldis Chapman should have been sending him bouquets of flowers to his door on that 5-4-3 double play.
Yeah.
Any other third baseman, maybe 2 third basemen, that is clearly a base hit, and the Indians would have taken a bigger lead.
Yeah, and also
complexion of the game in the series.
This I never imagined that I would be this guy right now, but I want to defend Brian Cashman and the Yankees front office a little bit because one of the fun things that other baseball fans have been able to say over the last 20 years is, the evil empire, all they do is just throw money at people and then they get the best players in the world. But you look at Luke Voit, you look at DJ LeMahieu, you look at Urshela, you look at Hicks, you look at some of the bullpen guys that they got, and you say, these aren't big money guys. These aren't guys that they just flash $200 million to. You know, we mentioned it before on the show. DJ LeMahieu, the Cubs left him out to dry. Colorado took him, and nobody wanted him after he left to Colorado. The Yankees said, we'll take him, and all he's done is win a batting title this year and have an MVP-type caliber season the last couple of years. You know, you look at Gio Urshela. You just mentioned it. I watched him when he was in Cleveland. Always a tremendous third baseman. Always a guy that had range at third base. But you know, it always seems like if you can't hit, it doesn't matter how well you play defense, they're going to let you go. And next thing you know, the Yankees take a flyer on this guy, and all of a sudden, you know, all it takes is one good batting coach to tell you, you know what, Gio, maybe you need to tighten up a little bit on that. Or, you know what, maybe you need to stop opening up your shoulder a little bit. Or, you know what, how about you move your stance a little bit? And now you got a guy who's basically going to be a Gold Glove caliber guy who can also hit you 280 and start hitting home runs and be a run producer. And then Luke Voit. I mean, come on, dude. How are we not going to give credit to the Yankees for taking on Luke Voit, a guy that, you know, Miami didn't want, St. Louis didn't want, and the Yankees come in and all they did was make this guy a masher who's going to be another MVP-type caliber talent. So, and Aaron Hicks, I mean, we mentioned it before, he is an A-plus fielder, and Minnesota, the only reason why they let him go is because they have Byron Buxton, and they're just so desperate that Byron Buxton gets play. But Aaron Hicks is a Gold Glove caliber guy with one of the best arms in the league, and when he's hitting, all you really need is for him to hit at a decent clip, and he is a positive player for you. So,
yep.
I want Red Sox fans and Orioles fans and Rays fans to sort of start to look at things in perspective and say, this isn't the evil empire anymore. This isn't just, you know, Steinbrenner opening up his checkbook and signing blank checks. This is a team that has a system and has done a tremendous job with it. And you mentioned it before, there's about 3 or 4 prospects that the Yankees have that are ready to come up. I know Dominguez is one of them. I know there's a couple other guys that are waiting in the wings. All the Yankees have to, because teams like the White Sox, we're already starting to see some of those rookie guys. We saw them this year. They're doing tremendous for us. The Yankees really didn't take that leap this year. And it's crazy to say because you and I have mentioned how they, you know, have held back, you know, Clint Frazier a little bit. You know, maybe Mike Tauchman deserves a little bit more of a spot in this lineup when you know, Brett Gardner isn't doing what he needs to do. But consistently now, the Yankees have built themselves a team that is based in the best things that you want out of a team, which is to find people that other teams don't want and make them really good. And the Yankees have that now.
I could not have said it any better. And look at the guys that they traded for these guys. The Yankees traded who was their backup? It was John. I can't think of the backup catcher's name to Gary Sanchez, but that's who they traded for Aaron Hicks.
Really?
The Yankees traded Chasen Shreve.
John Ryan Murphy. Thank you. Traded John Ryan Murphy straight up for Aaron Hicks. That's crazy.
No prospects, no nothing. It was a straight up trade.
That's crazy.
When they traded for Luke Voit, they traded Chasen Shreve straight up for Luke Voit.
Wow.
And Chasen Shreve is now, you know, doing crap in New York with the Mets. And Luke Voit just got done winning the home run title in the shortened season.
Yeah.
So you're right about that, dude. It's about and the funny thing you say about LeMahieu, you're spot on. LeMahieu wasn't even on the Yankees' radar.
Right.
A scout went to Cashman and said, "Hey, dude, DJ LeMahieu, who's over here, who just hit 340 last year, is still a free agent. The Rockies don't want him anymore. Maybe we can use this guy." And it took Brian Cashman admits that it took some convincing for him to finally be like, okay, I'll go to Hal, Mr. Steinbrenner, I'll talk to him, and we'll come up with a decision. And Hal Steinbrenner was like, all right, we'll take a flyer out on him.
Yeah.
All he did was last year get cheated out of the MVP, screw you, Mike Trout, and this year won a batting title. And this man, the Yankees are about to pay this man. There's no way in hell the Yankees are not paying DJ LeMahieu.
Yeah, you have.
So that's what I'm saying, dude. I'm with you on that. Whatever scouts the Yankees have, they go and talk to Cashman, because the only guy that, as of late, that the Yankees had to open up the checkbook to bring in was Garrett Cole.
Yeah, and that was worth every penny, because you know you're getting a number 1 start out of that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you just saw what he did to the Indians. Man, struck out 13 guys against the Indians.
And he's not even at his best right now. He's not even at his best right now. I think he's coming off of a tough stretch himself. I don't think a guy with the confidence of Garrett Cole does not go on a 10. He had a pretty rough last 10 games of his season, meaning not even rough statistically, just not used to seeing this Garrett Cole, not used to seeing him get hit like that, not used to seeing him miss his spots like that. And then you go into a series like that and you see how dominant he can be. That's worth every single penny. And teams like the White Sox, other teams would have paid hand over fist for that as well.
Exactly. And let me say this too, the adjustment that the Yankees made with Garrett Cole was the catcher.
Oh, yeah.
Cole, for whatever reason, catches better with Higashioka than he does with Gary Sanchez. And the thing that I love about Aaron Boone that I think got Joe Girardi in a lot of trouble was that, what's his name? Boone is not scared to let Gary Sanchez sit for the betterment of the team.
Right.
Joe Girardi wouldn't let Posada sit on the bench when John Flaherty was catching A.J. Burnett better than he was with Jorge Posada.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then with this case, we all know that technically Gary Sanchez is a much powerful hitter than Higashioka. But Higashioka's also proven that he does have some pop in his bat. And for whatever reason, the rapport that he has with these pitchers is actually much better with him than it is with Gary Sanchez.
Yeah.
Because that was pissing me off in Game 2. For whatever reason, Gary Sanchez has this thing where he hates calling the fastball. Dude, you have guys in here that are hitting 95 to 99 miles an hour. Why is Chad Green throwing breaking balls to Jose Ramirez when he has a 96 mile an hour fastball that he can't catch up to?
Yeah.
Stop throwing the junk and throw the goddamn heat. Yeah. That's why they have it.
It's weird to see conservatism when it comes to the fastball because that's what the White Sox have had over the last that's why a lot of people were clamoring for James McCann instead of Yasmani Grandal, even though Grandal, we just paid him all that money. You don't want to DH him, but when you have Lucas Giolito throwing a no-hitter with James McCann back there, there's very clearly something that he's doing that Yaz wasn't. So it's funny you mentioned that because it's so hard for managers nowadays to just literally go. It's kind of like when you're in fantasy football and you're like, listen, I got Julio Jones, and Julio's a good player, but man, I really think that Greg Ward's going to be doing – it's not sexy. It's not sexy for me to sit Julio Jones for Greg Ward. But when you look at the numbers and you look at how everything works out, man, this is a better overall maybe start for me. And that's how you have to almost look at it as a manager for the Yankees, where you're like, there's a guy, Sanchez, who's used to hitting the cover off the ball and has just had a really rough last year and a half, really, is what it's been. And now – you're starting to see that those decisions come in clutch because, there's a lot of Yankees fans who probably would have been really pissed Higashioka was in the lineup. But again, understanding what you now know about how well pitchers do with certain catchers back there, who cares about what they do in the lineup? We want our ace to be able to be the ace that we signed him to be.
Exactly. So, but real quick, I'll finish off the division games.
Yes,
San
please.
Diego versus LA. I'm with you. I think LA wins the series, but I think this series is going to be very amazing because it's the heavily favored, explosive Los Angeles Dodgers against a San Diego team who I think is still playing with house money, but can hang with LA.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Do you remember the Little League team that was from Harlem or whatever?
Was that with the kid who what was his name? Not Danny Almonte. I know who you're talking about. You're talking about the team from Queen that was kind of like the Team of Destiny type team from New York. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Had all the young, unfortunate black kids that was on there, but they were just out there having fun. They were beating people left and right. Like they're facing like the Pennsylvania team that's very professional and everything to a T, and they were out there beating. That's what San Diego reminds me of.
Yeah.
Tatis, Machado, correct me if I'm wrong, what's his name down there too?
Hosmer.
First base. Hosmer.
Yeah.
These guys, this team is having fun.
Yeah.
And they're like, man, this playoff thing's pretty cool. And we just beat the almighty St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah.
You know what? Have a chance against this LA team. Just go out there and have fun, man. Enjoy the moment, because there's a great chance that we're going to be back again.
Yeah.
So just go ahead and go out there and enjoy yourselves. And sometimes that's dangerous,
right,
when you're going against a team that's so professional and so gung-ho to go to the World Series that they stop having fun.
Yeah.
That team that has fun against that team that has professional, there's sometimes a great chance that team having fun is going to catch you slipping.
We saw it last year with the Nationals versus the Dodgers, remember? The Nationals were like partying and dancing in the dugout, and it seemed like every single time the Dodgers didn't get something go their way, it was like a funeral in theirs.
Yep. And I have almost a sad feeling that it's going to happen again. But I still think LA might take this. But this series, for me, like I said, all these series all have just great implications as storylines.
Yeah.
But I just think the Astros series, the Yankees series, and the Padres Dodgers series, I think are all three going to be very interesting series, taking nothing away from Miami against Atlanta. But I think the Atlanta Braves are just way too strong against Miami, and the other three are very even neck and neck.
Yeah. So, that was pretty much. I think hopefully we'll be able to talk. Most of these series will still be going on because it starts on well, actually probably not, because I know the ALDS goes back-to-back games. They're going to play on Monday and Tuesday. So we may not have a series to talk about next week, but we'll definitely be talking about either ALCS and NLCS or the end of the DS series. But I want to get to hockey, and I want to get to UFC before we start our NHL stuff. Our NFL stuff. So let's just get it out of the way. The Tampa Bay Lightning finally did it, Nick.
Oh, I know, dude. I felt so salty because I'm the same guy that called them probably one of the most overrated teams in Stanley Cup, because they always have like a top 2 seed but can't do anything. But they went out there and shut out the Stars, man.
Yeah.
And I thought the Stars had a little bit of momentum going into Game 6, but Tampa put a stop to that. Steven Stamkos was actually able to come back in that Game 6. He didn't play Game 5, but he came back in Game 6, and they took a 2-0 lead, and they were just pretty much on point. Yeah. And Victor Hedman ends up winning the Conn Smythe Trophy, for MVP of the Stanley Cup playoffs. So congratulations to them.
Yeah.
And another thing too, man, congratulations. I want to say to, Gary Bettman is always the butt of jokes. When it comes to the commissioners of the the NFL and whatnot. But the NHL, for what it's worth, had no positive tests for the COVID through the entire time that they're in the bubble. Now, granted, they're in Canada. Canada kind of has a better situation on it than we do somewhat here in America. But no, everyone respected the bubble. They respected the process. They went through the precautions. They went through the measures, and you went through a whole hockey playoff system with no positive tests. And while I'm at it, give credit to Adam Silver as well.
Mm-hmm.
They were very strict about the bubble down there in Orlando. They've kept it in. They fined those and suspended those that went against protocol, but no positive test for the COVID in there. So I think, and give baseball credit, they've pretty much done kept that in kind of kept the COVID at hold, in the beginning of the season. We talked about Miami with the positive tests that they had and some of the other teams, but they got that. It's all down packed now. And now with these DSs that we forgot to explain, all these games are in neutral sites now. They're in their own prospective bubbles. So my thing is that Gary Bettman, I feel between him and Adam Silver, they really kind of set the tone with this whole thing. And the NHL playoffs went all the way through without any situations or any any hiccups or anything. You gotta give Gary Bettman some credit on the way that they were able to handle things, keep things under wraps.
And especially, Nick, after what we are seeing over the last couple of days with the NFL and how the NFL's being basically, after 3 full weeks of having no real hiccups, now are probably going to be forced to postpone a couple different games, and maybe even cancel a couple games coming up to basically move for later on in the season, all because, again, they didn't feel comfortable with that bubble site. So, at the end of the day, the NHL, and I'll be honest with you, the NHL and the NBA, Nick, are going to be used as examples by other industries for the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years when it comes to handling stuff like this. This isn't going to be the last time, guys. Unfortunately for us, living in 2020, this isn't going to be the last time where we're going to have something crazy like this happen. And what the NHL and the NBA, and to a certain extent the MLB did this season, was show other industries like Hollywood, other industries that basically rely on the type of travel and interaction that you need. They showed that it's possible to do this, and you're going to start to see, Hollywood said it. There's a bunch of people in Hollywood that said it. Listen, we were very scared to do movies. There was a lot of movies that stopped shooting, a lot of TV shows that stopped shooting, a lot of commercials that weren't able to be done because they weren't sure how to handle it. And when they looked at the bubble atmosphere and they saw how that was handled so successful, let's be honest, there were some hiccups in the NBA, but the NHL, for the most part, completely nothing. And you have to take this into account. I know this sounds crazy to say, but NHLers party harder than any other sport do.
So I've heard.
And the reason for that, Nick, is quite frankly, one, they're less recognizable. Unless you are a diehard, hockey fan, you're not gonna if you're in Texas, you're not gonna recognize Jonathan Toews at the bar. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna recognize let's say Artemi Panarin in California. You know what I'm saying? So these guys get away with the partying pretty fucking hard, and for the most part, there was no hiccups, no problems with that. And from what I've seen, that NHL bubble, from what I read, was brutal compared to the NBA bubble. The NBA bubble, they had like traveling baristas, they had entertainment every single night, accommodations, food 24/7, and the NHL was basically like, fuck you guys, go to the hotel, get your fucking food, and go to the hotel, because we don't care what you want entertainment wise. We're just here to play out the season. So yeah, congrats to the NHL, they pulled it off, and congrats to Tampa Bay. If you ever need an example of a team that's sort of got superstars at different levels, you talked about Victor had been one of the best two-way defensemen in the league. Braden Point, even though the guy has, had ups and downs, still one of the best centers in the league. And Kucherov, it goes without saying that guy is just a point machine. And as far as wings are concerned, he does just about everything that you want out of a wing, including, handling forechecking and some of the stuff on the other side of the ice. So congrats to them, and they've always been the bridesmaid and never the bride, so congrats, and we'll hopefully both of our teams will be able to put up a fight next year with a full season.
Yeah, most definitely. Our good friend Heather Marcella also says, don't forget the NHL also got a huge win by extending their CBA
right
through 2026 during the pandemic.
So. Yeah, that's a great point, Heather, because a lot of leagues wouldn't be able to pull that off. And I think part of it was that, let's be honest, the NHL takes a back seat in this country. The NFL is obviously king. You have the NBA and the MLB who are sort of neck and neck. And the NHL sort of straggles behind a little bit in terms of what our country values. And there's a lot of people projecting that soccer is going to actually jump ahead of the NHL in the next 5-10 years as well. So the NHL was not in a position to dick around when it came to the CBA. They needed to get it done. They needed to get it done quick, and I'm glad they did, because you don't want to the NHL doesn't want to strike. Trust me, they don't want to strike.
Right. Because if you do it again, there may not be no NHL at that point.
I'm sorry to say it, man. I'm sorry to say it, but let's just put it this way. Are there millions and millions and millions of people in this country who will suffer as a result of not having hockey? I don't know, man. I think a couple of us diehards would be really, really mad. I think there was a lot of people who have just hockey on their radar. But if hockey, let's just say, moved to Canada full time, like they just said, you know what, let's just make the AHL a lot better. I think a lot of those fans would just jump to the AHL. I think it's just that simple. But
right.
The way that soccer is growing throughout the world, and specifically the MLS, because people forget the MLS is a baby. I mean, they tried it in the 90s. It didn't work out. They just retried it again in the early 2000s. And this is a baby of a league. They just added one of the most highly anticipated teams in Miami. David Beckham and a bunch of other, I think Pitbull and a bunch of other celebrities own it. They just got 3 of the best talents in all the world from Juventus in Italy to come to Miami to play in little old Miami. So for a team that's in its first year in existence. So they're talking about Cristiano Ronaldo. They're talking about Messi coming to New York after he's done with his contract in Manchester City next year. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's happening in soccer over the next 5 to 10 years, and hockey better watch out.
I'm telling you, dude, like, people sleep on soccer, dude, because it's like everyone gets upset, like, oh my God, you sat there and watched 90 minutes, but no one scored. I'm like, but
that's
I don't know. I watch the World Cup religiously.
Me
like,
too.
I really
yeah.
do. Like when it's World Cup time, like I love watching it, and I think it's some of the most exciting stuff. Now, I'm not real heavy into MLS. I enjoy it when I'm able to catch it, but I wouldn't break an appointment to go see it per se.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that I don't enjoy the MLS. And I kept saying the same thing too. It's different when you had the Metro Stars and the Fire,
right,
and the Columbus Crew,
and
the Houston Dynamo and the San Jose Earthquake and the Galaxy, when the MLS was just a simple 10-team league.
Yeah.
Every time you look up, there's at least 4 cities that's got a franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle, Portland. You mentioned Miami.
Yeah.
Toronto FC has a crew.
Cincinnati just got one.
Cincinnati has another one.
Yeah.
New York just got themselves. Not only did they split from the Metro Stars, became the Red Bulls, but then New York FC. NYC FC paired with the Yankees to play at Yankee Stadium. So to sit here and act like soccer is boring, it may be boring per se. Here's all I'm saying. A lot of these moms and dads nowadays are putting their kids in soccer because they feel like it's not only the cheapest sport to put their kids in, but it's the safest out of all of them.
Right. And also, Nick, let's put it this way. If you are a father and you're trying to bring up your son, and, we all know these fathers who are, like, living vicariously through their children. My son's going to be the best linebacker in the NFL one day. And, they're raising them from a kid to do that. The chances of that happening and your son playing professionally in football is very, very low. But soccer, Nick, I mean, every single country in the world literally values soccer 100 times more than we do. I just recently, as of last 2 or 3 years, got into the Premier League in England, and you don't realize how deep that shit goes. We're talking 200 years of history, and we're talking teams that are in the 3rd tier of football, meaning not the Premier League, not the minor league under that, not the minor league under that, but the minor league under the 3rd one is now putting up comparable stats to, let's say, some of these minor league teams in baseball, and some of these, already trumping their stats. And you don't realize until you start to see that football, their version of football, soccer, is a $1 billion game. And every single year it generates billions of dollars for, let's say, journalists, companies, transfer. Like, let's say, like, our version of trade deadline, they have what is called the transfer deadline. And it's actually coming up here. It's coming up on Monday. And I'm telling you, Nick, I've never experienced anything as crazy as the transfer deadline, because we're not only talking, that's like saying, well, yeah, we're coming up on the trade deadline. the Bulls could trade Zach LaVine to Slovakia. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't, because we only have 30 possible teams in the NBA, nothing really surprises you. But when you're talking about soccer, you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of different teams that could possibly call you about your player and want your player. Because, you know what? If I'm a team in Bulgaria, I'm making just as much money as a team in the lower ranks in England, and it's a very heavy game. So, again, if you're a father and you're trying to groom your son, you better groom him to be a soccer player, because he's going to have a lot better opportunities getting scholarships and professional opportunities and all that stuff too. So, yeah, sorry for the tangent, but I've just been getting so into the world of soccer that it's so hard to even really think of any parallels with our sports, because our sports are so close-minded in terms of what we do. You know, America, we don't look at Canadian Basketball League and go, we love the Canadian Basketball League, or CFL, Canadian Football League. Anybody who tells me they like the CFL, I'm like, you don't have much time on, or you just got a lot of time on your hands, huh? Like, not much going on in your life if you love the CFL. But man, oh man, if you ask somebody in England, Nick, who is in first place in Portugal, they can tell you it's FC Porto, or it's Benfica, or one of these other teams, because they understand that this is a global game, and it's pretty crazy to think about. But NHL better watch their back.
I'm with you on that, and I agree with everything you're saying, dude. And on top of that, dude, like I've worked with like the Mexican homies that really love the like they're
those
really
Mexican teams. Oh my God, man! Like dude, America,
they'll work. Yeah, they'll work and stuff, but they be like, hey, like I used to work at Adobe, and one of the Mexican homies would be like, yo, also man, put that TV on, such and such a game, or if they can't see that TV, they'll just pull up their phones on the side and just watch the game on their phone.
That's crazy.
So man, even the Mexican leagues and the teams down there, it's huge everywhere. Huge. But except for here. But again, I'm even on record as saying that I thought that MLS at some point was going to overtake baseball the way it is.
Yeah.
So and so I was with you. I'm thinking at some point it could be the NFL is king, the NBA is next. You could damn near almost say that MLS could come third, and then the NHL and MLB will battle for fourth and fifth. So, yeah, you can say what you want about soccer, but something must be going on, because when you watch these games, like I remember one day I watched a game between Seattle and Portland. Dude, that place was packed.
And those are two perfect examples, Nick, of cities that took on teams and immediately were crazed. I mean, Portland, they only had the Trailblazers, so that's understandable. But Seattle, when they got the Sounders, there was a lot of talk of whether or not they could sustain having the Sounders, because, well, we have the Seahawks here, and we also have the Mariners, and I know we lost the Sonics, but do we really? And next thing you know, they are a force to be reckoned with. And it's funny because the same sort of 12th man thing we talk about the Seahawks, the Sounders have that as well. That's why they call them the Seattle Sounders, because it's just impossible to even hear yourself think in that stadium when things are going well. So, yeah, and I agree, man. In the next 20 years, because let's just put it into perspective. New York FC and the Red Bulls haven't been around long enough to even have a rivalry. Wait until that happens. LAFC and the LA Galaxy haven't even been around that long to be able to have, what they call El Tráfico, or their own version of El Clásico with, Real Madrid and Barcelona's El Clásico. They call LAFC and LA Galaxy El Tráfico. So these things haven't even started to permeate into our culture yet. Once they do, in the next 20 years, I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot more Chicago Fire kits out there, a lot more, I'm telling you, because it almost happened this year. Messi was very, very close to leaving Barcelona this year and going to Manchester City. And one of the things that was written into his Manchester City contract, because Manchester City is a part of City Football Group, and City Football Group owns a couple of different teams, including including the New York Red Bulls. And one of the things that was going to be written to his contract was that he was going to play 3 years at Manchester City, and then his last 2 years of his career were going to be played in New York at the Red Bulls. So when you take into consideration that guys like Cristiano Ronaldo, Luka Modric, like I said, Miami just got Matuidi and Gonzalo Higuain. These are guys that are like 30 goal scorers in Italy. They come to Miami. I bet you half of the Miami fans don't even know who the hell they are. They don't know that they have legends on their team. So again, it's going to take a little while for it to permeate in the culture, but it's going to be really interesting to see the trajectory of soccer here in the next couple of years. Anything in the comments, Nick? Did I miss anything? Because I'm not in there. I'm not in there watching. Any comments?
No, good.
Cool.
I'm kind of keeping my eye on trying to understand why Florida State right now is struggling against. I forget who they're playing. Jacksonville State.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, Florida State has got years before they get back up to prominence. And I've been saying, dude, I'm like, you know what? I've been trying to give Justin Blackman, our quarterback, all the chances in the world, thinking this guy, Blackman, all the chances in the world think he's a good quarterback, dude. He may not be that good of a quarterback. And
Jacksonville
Florida
State,
right now, a lot of the guys went to the NFL. They've been having offensive line issues. And then, we just got Mike Norvell, who came over from Memphis last year, and that team went 13-1. So, the first year obviously is going to be the struggle year because he doesn't have his recruiting class and his guys per se in there. But it's been a struggle because they went out and got absolutely hammered by Miami last week.
That was rough.
They weren't even trying, and now you're at home against a D3 school in Jacksonville State. You're still struggling. So it's going to be a little bit. I'm trying not to get too upset because I know the process and how it goes.
Yeah.
But at least try and give an effort.
And I don't want to be. I don't want to make excuses for them, but Nick, it is so hard being a program that gets a lot of NFL players because what you end up getting is a lot of players on your team are only there because they're trying to get tape so that they can get in the league. And what happens is, the Nick Sabans of the world are able to say, I don't give a shit if you want to stay for a year, 3 or 4. What I want you to do is be a part of this team. And it seems like there's a lot of programs right now that are struggling because what happens is you go and you get these guys and you scout them and you get them to commit to your school, but you're selling them on the fact that I'm going to make you a star in the NFL one day. And you're not necessarily selling them on the fact that I want you to win football games at my university. So,
right.
When you're Florida State and you have the likes of so many of, there's 50 guys that we can name off the top of our heads that have gone to Florida State over the last 20 years that went on to have successful careers in the NFL. And when you're a guy, let's use Cam Akers, for example. Cam Akers, I think it was 2 years. 2 years that he was playing in Florida State, and really didn't even have a ton of tape. But he said, "You know what? I might as well just go to the NFL because at this point, that's why I came here, right? I didn't come here to win a national championship as a Seminole. I came here so I could be Dalvin Cook. So when you have that type of structure, it's very hard to maintain winning."
And he became a first-round draft pick on top of that, too.
True. And listen, it's hard to convince somebody not to go into the NFL draft when you've got, a first-round projection, right? So that's hard, too. But, you can't make excuses for these teams like, FBS schools like Florida State. And, even to a certain extent, when you look at teams like A&M and you look at teams like, that are sort of have these notorious histories of NFL players, they really have a hard time winning in college football because every single person that you bring into your school is just looking to basically get that name for themselves and move on. And same thing we're seeing with all these one and done players in the NCAA. Like, if the NCAA basketball tournament or basketball season were about talent, Kentucky would win every single year. But the problem is, you know what I'm saying? But the problem is it's not about talent at the end of the day. It's about who works as a cohesive team. And Calipari hasn't found a way to take, guys who are going number 1 and top 10 in the draft every year and get a national championship out of it.
Right. No, I'm with you on that. So,
all right.
I just got tagged post asking what's wrong with Florida State. But it's 21-14 at halftime. So hopefully
they have a chance to come raging back. All right, cool. Before we jump into the NFL, I just want to get your thoughts on that Stylebender fight last week. What did you think?
he made quick work of Costa.
Oh yeah.
And I really haven't been on Twitter that much over the years or whatnot, but I definitely went back on it recently. And when I'm telling you, him and Bones are really going back and forth, some has to be done.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Some has to be done.
Talk
First of
about
all, I
each
want to
other's
say good
parents.
call on the Blazkowicz fight because Dominic Reyes had no chance in that Blazkowicz fight, and that should have been Bones Jones. But as you mentioned, he ran away from the competition. And, it's so funny because everyone's seeming to now have this opinion of what they feel, between Adesanya and Bones. And I've seen a couple of guys saying, "Oh, Bones would end Adesanya quickly." Are you sure about that?
Yeah, are you sure?
I've been watching Bones Jones as of late. Like, seriously? Like, that's how you know guys are fanboys. So
right, exactly.
At the end of the day, I thought he did a great job. And I loved his press conference afterwards. He was like, "Man, this for the bullies. Anyone out there that's been bullied. I've been bullied myself, but I'm out here, just representing for the young kids, and I'm just doing it for them." And you could tell he was real humble, but you could tell he wanted to fight some more, and he's ready for somebody else. And
who's left for him? At middleweight, who's left? The guy cleared out the division. I know he's talking about Jared Cannonier, but Cannonier still has to fight Robert Whittaker. And if Whittaker wins that, do you really want to see Whittaker and Adesanya again? Was that first fight really even worth it enough to redo it? I don't know, but all I know is Izzy has all the cards in his hand right now. And that's the funny part about Bones is you're starting to see a little bit of desperation out of Jon Jones because a lot of the fans are starting to see through some of this act that he's given. I'm glad you mentioned Jan Blachowicz because I was so impressed that the first thing he did when he got on the mic was go, "Jon Jones, where you at? What's going on? You're running from this player." And clearly somebody was in Jan's ear saying, "Hey, dude, if you win this fight, go right to Jon Jones because if you're Jan, there's nobody left for you to fight either. Unfortunately, you just made do of we mentioned Thiago Santos was just the only one that's left, but Thiago's been out for almost a year and a half now. So at the same time, it doesn't. First of all, it doesn't make sense for Izzy and Jon Jones to fight right now. It just doesn't. No matter what Jon says, he's in a really tough position right now. Guys are not looking at him the same way that they used to, Nick. He was the automatic GOAT 2 years ago, remember? No matter who you talk to in the UFC, it didn't matter that he was a cokehead or that he was running over pregnant ladies or maybe doing steroids. It didn't matter because he was always the GOAT. And now you're starting to see that not only is Izzy doing it inside the octagon, he's one of the smartest, wittiest, funniest, genuine. Nick, he spent half of his post-fight interview defending one of his teammates who had lost 70% of his purse, or 30% of his purse rather, because his opponent missed weight. And this guy who just defended his title, who basically could have spent the whole time talking about himself, ended up using that platform to defend one of his teammates. I love Israel Adesanya. I love what they got going on at City Kickboxing in New Zealand. You have to think about it. Volkanovski's from there. Dan Hooker's from there. Jake Matthews is from there. Adesanya. We saw Kai Kara France on the card last week. So lots and lots of things coming for Adesanya. I would imagine he's hoping Cannonier beats the shit out of Robert Whittaker. He gets Cannonier. He beats Cannonier, clears out the division clearly, and maybe will find his way up to light heavyweight. The problem is, how can he make this move to heavyweight so quickly? It just doesn't make sense right now.
Yeah, not at this juncture, but I tell you what, though. If and when he does go up to light heavyweight, if I was Bones, I'd be careful.
Gotta be.
Because at that point, if Adesanya ends up going, let's say he does clear out middleweight, he says, you know what, I'm going to move up to light heavyweight now. You're not one step away from Bones. And now all that smack that Bones has been talking, if Adesanya clears out the light heavyweight division, he'll probably say to himself, yo, Bones, if I need to put on another 30 pounds because I've been at 205 for a while, bro, this finna happen.
Right.
And you can't keep running from me.
No.
And that's what I'm saying. Like everyone can say what they want about Bones Jones and that he's the best and everything, but this is not the same Bones Jones.
No.
It's not. And I've been saying this now for a couple weeks that we keep bringing his name up, but the fact that he's going up to heavyweight, I still think is a joke.
Yeah.
And I don't see it. I don't see it really happening in the favor that he thinks that it's going to happen. I just don't. Like, I see a guy who's moving up to heavyweight because he's running away from the light heavyweights. But you don't have – it's not like back in the day where you could take on a Heath Herring or you could take on a Frank Mir or you could take on, what was the snowman's name? Jeff. I can't think of his name, but I could picture him. But you don't have the stepping stone guys to move you up to the main event guys. You have to go to the main event guys. That means that if you go to heavyweight and here's a Brock Lesnar that's looking to do something, you're going to tell me your first heavyweight fight is still going to be against Brock, bro?
Well,
do you honestly think that you going to just run through a 4-time NCAA wrestling champion in Brock Lesnar?
See, that's why I'm worried. That's why I'm worried, Nick, because I think he thinks that. I really genuinely think that he thinks that he's just going to be able to out-technical Brock. And I don't think he realizes that the difference in strength between light heavyweight and heavyweight is night and day. I mean, we saw it with him versus DC. The only aspect that John Jones really struggled with DC was strength. He wasn't able, when DC got his hands on him, it was trouble for John. So the real big thing right now, Nick, is that John has to go back to light heavyweight. There's no fights for you other than Brock at heavyweight right now. You've got Francis and Stipe who are gonna have to figure this out. You've got Rosenstruik. You've got this other guy last week who came out and made a name for himself, this Brazilian. There's like 3 or 4 guys right now in the heavyweight division.
Derek Lewis. I mean, you've got, and again, that Rosenstruik thing, don't get me wrong, I thought Ngannou wiped the floor with him in that fight, but you can't discount the fact that he's won 4 out of 5 fights in the UFC, Rosenstruik. So if you're John, you might as well go back and fight Jan. If you're so confident about Jan, that's why I thought it was smart for Jan to basically go out and specifically make a call out for John. Because if you're Jan, let's be honest, there's not many money fights for you. I mean, this Dominic Reyes fight, this was it for Dominic. Dominic's going to have to win another 3 fights before he's even in the conversation. And again, you talked about a guy in Jan who's basically cleared out the division, and you're not going to see John Jones out of it either. So I think John has to go back to light heavyweight, and I think what he has to do is he has to meet Adesanya in the middle. Adesanya has already said, listen, bro, because Adesanya, that's the thing that people don't understand about Adesanya. He's so smart, and not only is he smart, he's a visionary, meaning he sees shit before it happens. He said, I saw the fight with me and Robert Whittaker in New Zealand. The biggest crowd ever for the UFC. He said he saw this years before. He also says he sees for himself in 2021, at the end of 2021, him and John Jones in Las Vegas in the new Raiders arena. And he said, I see that happening, but it's not happening right now. And if you're Adesanya, he's going to keep fighting. Johns can't wait till end of 2021. He's got to fight somebody. So I think it's going to be Jan. I think he's hoping that Cannonier wins that fight. It'll be Cannonier and Adesanya. If they can find one more opponent for Adesanya at middleweight and then maybe 2 more fights for John Jones at light heavyweight, I think they can meet in the middle somehow. I think so too. I'm with you 100%.
All right, and then there is a card tonight, but Holly Holm and Zoe Aldana. I mean, look, Aldana's a tremendous fighter. She is not on the caliber yet to be headlining a UFC card with Holly Holm. I mean, Irene Aldana is one of the best up-and-comers, but it shows you that the women's bantamweight is just sort of struggling right now. And also the UFC is just, you can't put in. I mean, the only other recognizable names on this card, Nick, Jermaine Durandamy, Carlos Condit and Court McGee, two guys that probably should be retired by now.
Yeah, especially Carlos Condit.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, the rest of these guys are fight night level fighters or Dana White looking for a fight level fighters. Otherwise, you're looking at basically two really good fights on this card. It's an 11 fight card. So, yeah, UFC not much going on this week, but you will have next week Moraes and Sanhagen. That's a pretty good fight. Ortega versus Korean Zombie the week after, and at the end of October we have Khabib versus Gaethje. So that's going to be the big one. And like I mentioned to you last week, in the next 2 or 3 weeks, the UFC is hoping to announce cards either in December, end of December, or beginning of January that would end up being some of the biggest cards ever with, title fights and tons of stacked cards. So I think the UFC is hoping that the next couple of weeks we just satiate some of the fans' cravings, give them what they want, and then we'll give them the good stuff after.
Right. Still waiting on that Francis versus
and that's another thing that I was
announcement. That's all I'm really waiting on.
Yeah, I was looking at that because I thought it was a lock. I mean, you and I both thought that was a lock to happen, right? It had to happen. If Stipe beat DC and Ngannou won his ring of fights, that has to happen. Now they're saying it might not happen, and that basically the title fight, they're hoping that one of those stacked cards will have Stipe versus Ngannou. But the problem is Stipe, to me, man, is running from the hustle. I don't know what it is in particular about Stipe, but he doesn't want Francis.
Hey, look, if I've seen Francis knock out people left and right too, I wouldn't want to find him either. So Dana White at some point is going to have to tell Stipe, hey man, look, the only person that's really worth you fighting right now is Francis. So either you fight him or vacate the title. There's no in between, dude. Stop being a bitch and let's go.
And last time you had the excuse of the eye surgery that you basically had eye surgery, so you have to be out for a year. There's no excuses now. You're going to be clearly running from it if this doesn't happen. So let's hope. I think the announcement honestly should come in the next couple days for some of those cards in December. So hopefully by this time next week we're talking about some of those big cards and hopefully talking about a date for Stipe versus Francis. Right. All right, Nick. It seems like the NBA or the NFL rather just doesn't give a shit if you watch on Thursday night or not. It's just like at this point, we're going to put on the Broncos versus the Jets, and if you want to watch it, go ahead. And if you don't, and you got laundry that night, move on with your life.
Let's take it one step further, because I bet you any money in the world that the NFL is saying to themselves, hey, guys, look, we're going to need the Bears and the Bucks to win this week.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to need a 4-0 team coming up against this 3-1 team.
That would be really
nice. If it's 3-1 versus 2-2, this may not be a good one.
Yeah, right. They're definitely, because the problem is, I don't know how you as a schedule maker, Nick, even in the off season, go, you want to know what matchup I want to see on Thursday night? I want to see the Jets versus the Broncos, or last week's. I mean, these are very clearly matchups that would usually fall on that 12 o'clock window on Sundays, and nobody would know unless they were watching Red Zone. And like Red Zone would come in once or twice and be like, I know you haven't heard much from that Broncos Jets game. That's because nothing's happened. And Chris Hansen, his little thing. So we'll get there if we see action, we will cut there. It's one of those games. But Vic Fangio's Broncos get their first win on Thursday night against somehow Adam Gase is still running the show, and apparently he's not going anywhere anytime soon. That's what the Jets ownership said. Yeah, he's going to be on.
Let's talk about that for
a
second, because it leads into one of my notes, and I'm glad we're bringing this up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and so I know that we talked about it.
Yeah.
This impatience by fans in the NFL is really going to drive me nuts.
Yeah.
I have already been hearing talks because, the Jets and Giants are both 0-and whatever.
Mm.
And I'm hearing talks that either the Jets or the Giants can go after or potentially draft Trevor Lawrence with the first overall pick.
Mm.
If the New York Jets don't want to say. I guess maybe I should hold my tongue with the Jets, because the problem is that I could be like, oh, it'd be a colossal mistake if the Jets gave up on Sam Darnold, went from Trevor Lawrence, which I think it would be, because I don't think Trevor Lawrence is that good.
And I don't think Sam Darnold's that bad.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. The problem is that Sam Darnold is not being coached well. No. Adam Gase is not a head coach. Mm-mm. He's not a head coach. The Jets are not a good football team. Let's look at the Jets. You paid Brashard Perriman. The only reason why Brashard Perriman got paid was because Jameis Winston let that happen by making Brashard Perriman actually maybe better than he really was. Mm-hmm. You went on and you could have went for a wide receiver, but you went for Mekhi Becton out of Louisville. That's fine, because Mekhi Becton had an amazing combine, and you needed someone to protect Sam Darnold, so you went after that. Mm-hmm. But you still have Le'Veon Bell, who Adam Gase has repeatedly said he didn't even want on the team, but the Jets was like, we're signing him, you figure out something for him, and you didn't. And then he didn't want him on the team so bad that when he should not have been in the game a couple weeks ago, you brought him back in for him to get hurt even worse.
Right.
So Adam Gase is not a head coach. But the thought process of bringing in Trevor Lawrence over Sam Darnold to me is a joke. But the only reason why I should hold thy tongue is because the same thing happened in Arizona when you just spent the 9th overall pick or the 10th overall pick on Josh Rosen, and then here comes Cliff Kingsbury and he gets Kyler Murray. So you go ahead and draft Kyler Murray, and they're actually kind of decent off with Kyler Murray, even though I think Josh Rosen would have done the same thing, when the glaring, I think, need in Arizona at the time was offensive line.
Yeah.
Why is the leash on young quarterbacks so short in this NFL? Why do we always believe that guys like Trubisky and guys like Sam Darnold and guys like even Josh Rosen to an extent all of a sudden have to become Peyton Manning and Tom Brady and Joe Montana within 2 years?
Yeah.
It drives me insane, because I'm not – again, I don't think that Trevor Lawrence is actually I think the kid from North Dakota State, his name is blanking me, but I think he might actually be better than Trevor Lawrence. I think Trevor Lawrence personally is riding the high of Clemson. It's the same thing that I felt about Deshaun Watson. I'm not saying I don't think Deshaun Watson is good, but let's not keep sitting here and acting like Deshaun Watson all of a sudden is this second coming of a Randall Cunningham in the NFL. Like, I just don't buy it. Josh says Rosen was very overrated. Again, I disagree. Here's the problem. And I've said this about Mitchell Trubisky, and it's going to go to my second point that I put on my notes, and we'll get into it. The problem that I'm having is that some of these kids need a little bit of time to actually develop before we just throw them into the pit and say, you're out there, figure it out, and it will go on from there.
Yeah.
I think Josh Rosen got a bad shake on that. I think Mitchell Trubisky got a bad shake on that. And I'm just going to be straight up with Bears fans. All Bears fans that are out here so happy that Nick Foles is playing quarterback. Nick Foles, to me, is fool's gold. And you may not see that this week against the Colts, but let's do the sample size real quick. And I'm not trying to overlook the Los Angeles Chargers, but they definitely have a lot of injuries. And if you have any running backs within either the Chargers, well, I would say with Tampa Bay, because Tampa Bay's run defense is amazing. Supposedly supposed to monsoon in Tampa tomorrow.
Oh. So
the running game's going to be very effective for somebody. And if you have Rojo, I would start him because Leonard Fournette's not playing on Sunday. Nick Foles, in my opinion, is a Band-Aid to the problem of the Chicago Bears, and not even a real, not even a brand name Band-Aid. It's like if you go to Dollar Tree and you buy Cinco brand Band-Aids for $1.
Yeah.
That's the name of the brand. They're a Band-Aid, but they're not that great. They're the cheap ones. That's what Nick Foles is to me.
Yeah.
Because people are like, oh, Nick. If I was to talk to Nick Foles, because remember the word of this show is patience. If I was to talk about Nick Foles, I will put Nick Foles in the same category as I do Doc Rivers. Everyone is still hanging on to Nick Foles' Super Bowl year.
Yeah.
look at the whole picture of Nick Foles. First off, and I'll be the first to say this, had Carson Wentz not gotten hurt, they still would have beaten the New England Patriots the way that team was. I believe Nick Foles rolled that wave to the Super Bowl and capitalized. But let's look at the career of Nick Foles since then. He came in again against when Carson Wentz got hurt, which is nothing new to anybody. And they lost to the New Orleans Saints in the divisional round of the playoffs. Then last year, he got all that money in Jacksonville, and you got benched by Gardner Minshew twice. Once because you got hurt, and the second time because you got your ass beat by the Buccaneers, and they brought in Gardner Minshew. And Bears fans are sitting here collaborating at the bit. Why? Because you came back against Atlanta? You mean the same Atlanta team that has now blown 3 leads in the first 3 weeks of the season? Oh my God. I would not get my hopes up. Nick Foles, to me, is fool's gold. The problem is I think that Trubisky, some of it's on Trubisky. I think some of it's on the wide receivers. Because before everyone wants to go and blow Nick Foles, let's not act like those wide receivers weren't dropping passes. If Anthony Miller should have had maybe 3 touchdown passes in that game, he was only accredited for 1. Because the same play he caught the touchdown pass, he actually caught Trubisky actually had the same route where Miller was open and he missed him. Then Nick Foles threw Anthony Miller a perfect pass for him to catch, and he dropped it in the end zone. So to keep sitting here and thinking that Mitchell Trubisky is his POS, he's not really getting that much help from his own guys, and neither did Nick Foles. Second off, not to really look ahead, but Trubisky's last game against Tampa is a lot better than what Nick Foles did against Tampa. So I'm just saying, before Bears fans are so ready to be like, yeah, man, F Trubisky's a piece of shit, bring in Nick Foles. When we whoop your monkey asses in a week and a half here, I'll be the first person to tell y'all that Nick Foles was fool's gold. If y'all get trapped by the Indianapolis Colts this Sunday, you don't want that to happen, because I'm going to talk mad shit the entire time. That's all I'm saying, dude. There's got to be some kind of patience, dude. All this, let's throw away Darnold after 2 years because he sucks, even though the New York Jets suck as a whole team. And let's throw away Josh Rosen. And let's throw away Baker Mayfield is another one that should be brought up. But I think in Baker Mayfield's case, there's too much pressure being put on Baker and not enough on the running game. I heard a stat the other day that in games where Baker Mayfield throws 25 or less passes, they're like 7-1 or 8-1.
Wow.
But whenever Baker Mayfield is out there trying to be the next Vinny Testaverde, they have a losing record. Then run the damn ball. Let's stop talking about, the mistakes of Baker Mayfield, he's overrated, blah, 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 that always comes up. And realize that you have 2 premier running backs and you don't have to throw the ball with this much guy. So all I'm saying is, because Phil's over here talking about that Josh Rosen is overrated, all this crap talk about Trevor Lawrence, in my opinion, is overrated. I don't think he's that good at all. I don't. I wouldn't spend the top 5 pick on the great Trevor Lawrence. No.
It seems like a lot of the hype on that guy is his measurables and just like, he's tall and he's got an arm and this and this and that. It's like, how many times have we seen tall guys with arms get overdrafted and turn out to be nothing? So, yeah.
Jamarcus Russell.
I mean, honestly, I know you don't like Ohio State quarterbacks, but I see Justin Fields, and I think maybe Justin Fields in this brand of the NFL might be better off as a top pick than Trevor Lawrence, because the way that we're seeing Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, Kyler Murray, these are a very specific type of quarterback that can get it done with their legs and make plays with their arms as well. And Justin Fields has that, and I don't know if Trevor might have had that in his first couple of years. Give him a couple more hits from some SEC linebackers, a couple more hits in his first year as a Jets quarterback. Who knows what that goes to? But to go to the Trubisky thing, because we're going to the well a little bit early, but we might as well hit it while it's here. He got benched in the game on Sunday. I thought Matt Nagy benched him because he wanted to save face. Matt Nagy was not good in that game. Play calling wise, very bad.
Terrible.
Time and time again, Matt Nagy has very bad play calls, and the players end up being the ones who take the blame for it. We saw it with Allen Robinson. We saw it last year with a couple of different instances with tight ends, and also, the Bears brought in Mike Davis last year, who's now the backup to Christian McCaffrey and he's starting in Carolina. And basically, they brought him in and they played him for the first 2 games instead of David Montgomery, and essentially what they said was, well, he's a veteran. And to me, that was just another sign that this Bears team has lots of tacticians on it, but no talent evaluation. And the talent evaluation for Mitch Trubisky, because the thing that bothers me, Nick, is people pretend like Trubisky didn't just bring this team back in game 1 and win a game for them in a comeback. Because, did you see Foles during the comeback? I'll be honest with you, Nick, I didn't see any throws that Foles made that I didn't think Trubisky could have made. I mean, the one to the end zone where Anthony Miller dropped it, great pass. I think Trubisky could have made that pass. The one where basically, I thought the game-winning one where Anthony Miller just ran right past the dude, Atlanta DB, who could barely even see, between his own eyes. Just ran right past him, and all you really had to do was, Nick Foles got hit during that throw. That was a terrible throw, and it was still open and still a touchdown. So yeah, listen. I'm more upset because I knew Trubisky was going to get benched. I mean, this is just what's going to happen. This is how the NFL works. You have to throw somebody under the bus to save your own ass, and that's what Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace are doing. Because the problem is, Nick, we talked about it before the season, Ryan Pace is forever going to be attached to Mitch Trubisky. So whatever happens with Mitch is what happens with Ryan Pace. The problem is that Matt Nagy's starting to realize I'm not necessarily attached to Ryan Pace. If they move on from Ryan Pace over the offseason, I could keep my fucking job. I don't need to worry about being on the street like he is. So what Nagy did was clearly what he wanted to do was show that this isn't my play calling, this is execution. And what I saw was that he didn't really prove it that well because Nick Foles made a lot of the same throws that I think Mitch would have made. But I think the frustration was mounting, and I think organizationally they were having a problem trotting out Mitch Trubisky every week, meaning there was a lot of the scouts, a lot of the GMs, a lot of a GM office, a lot of the assistant coaches who were basically saying, hey, we're wasting this team, we're wasting this defense. And I think that had a lot to do with it. The problem was, I don't know if anybody was watching that game on Sunday, but Mitch Trubisky wasn't the reason why Atlanta was winning that game. Our defense couldn't tackle anybody. Our offensive line couldn't block anybody. You have a team, Nick, that is averaging 4.5 yards per carry, and we don't run the ball. It's mind-boggling to me that we have these eye-popping, successful numbers from our offensive line, and yet we haven't been able to run away with that. We can't really protect the passer as well as we want to, and that's what worries me for Nick Foles on Sunday, man. He's going to be, and it's a 3:25 game now because of some of the postponements, which we'll talk about in a second. We'll get to this game and preview it, but that's what I'm worried about now, Nick, is that you got an unmobile quarterback who's fragile as it is, and he has no offensive line help, and Indianapolis slowly, or actually very quietly, has been one of the best defensive teams in all of football. So, I'm pretty worried for this game coming up on Sunday because I think everybody's expecting Nick Foles, to be the savior, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Mitch Trubisky back under center in the next couple of weeks, whether it be for injury or for lack of performance.
I agree with you on that. The grass ain't always green on the other side.
It really isn't, man. It really isn't.
And I'm saying it's just, if Bear fans really think that they're having quarterback issues, that's one thing. But I'm with you. I think it's just more than that, And I agree that I think that if Mitch would have stayed in, if they would have stayed confident with him, I still think the Bears would have came back against Atlanta because I have no idea what's going on out there.
And the fact that Dan Quinn still has a job, Nick, like who does he have naked pictures of that guy still has a job?
Seriously, dude. Like, I don't get it, and the funny thing is, too, I just realized that that Atlanta has 2 former Buccaneer coaches on their staff. Raheem Morris, that was first the original Buccaneers head coach. He's the defensive coordinator. Dirk Cutter, who's most recently the Buccaneers head coach, he's the offensive coordinator. Atlanta can score at will, but they can't stop anybody.
Yeah.
For a team that's a defensive-minded team. And I know they lost Grady Jarrett somewhere in the middle of that third quarter, but it's the same MO. It's the same MO every week. And now it's done gotten bad to a point, and I don't know if there's any truth or validity to it, but I read something where the Atlanta and New England were having some type of rumor or minor discussion of Julio Jones being traded to the Patriots.
Wow.
Now, again, I don't know the validity of it. I don't know if it's true. Adam Schefter is the one that brought it up on his Twitter. But that's very interesting. You know, is Atlanta really going to throw in the towel and say, look, Julio, you know, at what point does Atlanta say we got to go in a different direction? Because I keep hearing all this nonsense. How Julio Jones is this, you know, Madden football, unfair wide receiver, this and that and everything else. And all I see Julio Jones is hurt.
Right, yeah. Constantly.
You know what I'm saying?
Hurt.
That's all I see him is hurt.
Yeah.
Would have changed anything in that game against the Bears on Sunday? Who knows? But for whatever reason, Dirk Cutter has a good habit of building a real nice lead and then all of a sudden takes the foot off the gas.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know what's going on, but I still think I think the Bears benefited from the ineptitude of Atlanta, but I just don't think that Nick Foles is the solution, and they're going to start him this week. I don't know if I'm feeling it, dude. I would have been like, look, Mitch, I brought in Nick so we can save face here. Let's work on some things. Let's tweak some things. I'm going to bring you back in next week, but I'm going to let you know that the leash is small.
Right.
Don't sit here and just sit here and just bring in Nick Foles and then shoot, you know, this kid in the foot when this kid is out here trying, because Mitchell Trubisky is a guy that shouldn't have even been started in the first place as soon as he did.
Yeah.
So I think the Bears made a big mistake on this one, and starting Nick Foles again. And you made a great mention of it, because remember the Colts traded their first round draft pick for DeForest Buckner, and it's been paying dividends.
Yeah, and they have
so
Justin Houston.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're having a hard time going against Atlanta and they lost Grady Jarrett, it doesn't get any better in the next couple weeks, because you get the Colts Sunday, and then you have the Bucs, who's one of the better younger defenses, coming in on Thursday.
Man.
So something's going to have to happen here.
Yeah, and Nick, before we move on, you have to also take into consideration that Mitch Trubisky is a free agent after this year. They have no allegiance to him, and clearly the line has been drawn that, you know what, we're not going to bring you back, and if we're not going to bring you back, we have no incentive to keep you in right now. And you know what? I'll say this. Matt Nagy's looking for somebody to save his ass. Chuck Pagano's looking for somebody to save his ass. Ryan Pace is looking for someone to save his ass. And I'm sorry, I don't think Nick Foles is that guy. I could be proven wrong, because the problem is, again, it's hard to make a judgment on our team right now, Nick, both of us, because we're talking about being 3 games deep to a lost season, essentially. We'll never see a season again where there's 0 preseason games played or 0 preparation for the season like this. So this is such a unique season that, you know, as a Bears fan, dude, are you kidding me? We're 3-0. Like, what else is there? What else is there to complain about, you know? But when you start losing some of these games, that's when the questions start to come. So we'll start to talk about that. But there's not much to talk about with the Broncos and Jets. I mean, we both saw the game. The Broncos clearly put it away on the Jets, who were just a lesser team. Denver's 1-3. The Jets are 0-4. The Jets are going to be sticking with Adam Gase's crackhead looking ass. So we'll see what happens with that. Let's get into one of the noon games that is going to be intriguing. Doesn't look too great on paper, but I'll be watching this one from my red zone seat. It's Jacksonville, who's going to be sitting in Cincinnati and facing Joe Burrow, and I think Joe Burrow gets his first career win in this game, Nick. I think the Bengals haven't been able to string together much But the problem was last week they probably should have won that game. They ended up tying with Philly, which I'll clown Philly and Doug Peterson for that later because I think they basically asked to have the tie. But yeah, basically right now the Bengals are going to be hosting. They are favorites, even though the Jacksonville Jaguars sort of have a little bit better of a track record. Like I said, 1-2 is Jacksonville going against the 0-2-1 Cincinnati Bengals, and Cincinnati's -2.5. Who do you got in this one?
I'm actually going to write these down this time.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, I'll give you mine first in that case because, like I said, I think Joe Burrow gets his first win of his career. I think what we see is a heavy dose of Joe Mixon. I think we see a heavy dose of just trying to play more the problem with a guy like Joe Burrow is he has the talent that you don't need to handcuff him with the conservative game plan, but that doesn't mean that you don't do that. You have a rookie quarterback. You have to play conservatively. I'm sorry. I don't want to I don't want to, but when you have a guy who's thrown 141 times in 3 games, that's excessive. You should not have your number one pick throwing that much. So I think this week they focus pretty heavily on the run. I think the Jaguars defense is notoriously bad. We saw it on that Thursday night, and I just don't think Gardner Minshew and Illinois State product James Robinson can find their way out of this one.
All right, hold on. Let me write this down real quick.
All
so
right.
you said Jacksonville versus Cincinnati, and Cincinnati is favored by how much?
It's 2.5 for Cincinnati.
Cincinnati -2.5. So you're taking Cincinnati -2.5.
I'm taking Cincinnati in the pick'em. As far as the 2.5, I don't know. Maybe the Jaguars might be a nice one to cover in that because who knows how they win. I just think they win.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna take Jacksonville +2.5. I'm taking Cincinnati both ways.
Both ways, okay.
I don't buy Jacksonville. I'm with you. I thought the Bengals. Phil also says he thought Brett Rippon looked great. I mean, pretty impressive minus the picks. I thought he looked pretty impressive coming in the game against Tampa on Sunday too. I felt he was getting the ball down there. Like Jeff Driscoll was trying, but dude, he couldn't get anything going. And so I personally thought that Brett Rippon also looked pretty good. Plus these fools dropped 37, on the Jets, and the Jets, are supposed to be this amazing defensive team, and they looked anything but. Hold on a second, let me actually bring up the scores. Yeah, so I thought Cincinnati was a team that could have won last week. Settle for the tie. And if you want to be real about it, dude, the fact that they tied in my eyes is almost a win for
pretty
Cincinnati.
Impressive. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because, we know that Joe Burrow's getting smoked left and right because that offensive line in Cincinnati is horrendous. And I think that's something that they'll fix, as the offseason goes along. But yeah, dude, I just don't buy Jacksonville and this whole Gardner Minshew and all this nonsense that comes with them. So yeah, I'll take Cincinnati -2.5.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I made a face when you guys said, what's this kid's name? Brett Rippon.
Brett Rippon.
Listen, man, I'm tired of nepotism. Nepotism meaning like your dad was good, so let's try you out here. And that's what I saw with him, quite frankly. If his last name wasn't Rippon, who knows if he's even in this game or in the league.
Was Mark Rippon his dad, or was Mark
Rippon his uncle? His uncle, right, his uncle.
Yeah.
But still, that's why, I mean, honestly, this goes back to Colin Kaepernick with me, Nick, because it's like the fact of the matter is that some Mark Rippon's nephew has a job, but Colin Kaepernick doesn't. It is what it is. I think the problem is you can't make judgments off a guy, with 1 or 2 appearances. But I'll be honest with you, I don't see, like when you say, "Oh, I loved everything about him except the interceptions." That's like saying, I liked everything about my sandwich except the feces or the shit that was in it. You can't, you can't say I liked everything except the thing I did shitty. So yeah, I'll wait till I see a couple more series out of him, but I can't crown that dude quite yet.
Phil says going undrafted and working your way up is hardly nepotism.
there's plenty of people who do that, and also there's plenty of people who do that who are just as good as him who don't get the opportunity, but because he has his last name is Rippin, he somehow he worked harder than other people. I'm sorry, I don't believe that, man. I would say that it is nepotism because there's plenty of other guys who are out there who worked their ass off and did a tremendous job of being undrafted and made a name for themselves who don't have the last name Rippin, and yeah, they're sitting in Naperville somewhere right now. So I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you, my man.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but anyways, let's jump into another pretty intriguing matchup. I think one of the more intriguing matchups of the week. It's the Cleveland Browns, 2-1. They're on a little bit of a high right now after these last 2 wins, and likewise with the team that they're visiting, it's the Dallas Cowboys at home. Dallas is coming off of a tough loss last week after barely escaping the Falcons the week before. This is a Cowboys team that could be 0-3 right now. So it's going to be an interesting matchup because Cleveland is sort of on this high, Dallas sort of on this low right now. Dallas is -4.5 at home, so clearly still getting love for being at home. But we both mentioned this. Cleveland has 2 of the best running backs in the league, and when you talk about what Dallas has done, they gave up a pretty good game to Malcolm Brown in Game 1 against the Rams. Haven't heard from Malcolm Brown much since then. They gave up. Todd Gurley had one of his best games in a Falcon uniform against the Cowboys in that game. And then last week, Seattle. I mean, it was Chris Carson who basically was just running all over them. Other than obviously it's hard to face Russell Wilson in any stretch of the imagination, but you can't stop the run if you're the Cowboys. And it just so happens that the team you're facing this week has 2 of the best in the league. I like Cleveland, but I like Cleveland with both the points and the pick'em here.
So you're going to take Cleveland plus the 4.
Yeah, if it was 7, Nick, if it was 7 or closer to 7, I might have thought about giving it to the Cowboys. But the problem is, if you're Cleveland, all you have to do is win by 1 touchdown.
Right.
This is going to be one of the tougher ones of the week.
It is, because I hear what you're saying, dude. And I kind of agree with you on the Dallas run defense is not that great.
Yeah.
And when you have Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, and I just gave you the stats earlier about, whenever Baker throws 25 or less, they've won. I mean, they've lost all. I mean, no, they've won all but 1 game.
Yeah.
And whenever he throws 30 or 26 and more, they have a losing record. So I think that they know that, and I could see them really coming into Dallas and really hitting them in the mouth with that run game. I think with Dallas, at some point, when does Mike McCarthy say, "Hey, I forgot that I still have, number 21 in the backfield. Let me try and run this ball."
Right? Yeah.
You can't keep coming out here. Like, I understand, Seattle has arguably one of the worst defenses in the game, and I know they lost Jamal Adams, and I know it's easy to fall in love with Dak and have him throw 400-some yards. You still got to, at some point, run the ball with Zeke and complete this offense. That's the whole point of you drafting this man in the first place. So I think, I think Dallas is going to win, but because their defense is struggling, I don't think they cover the 4. So I would take Cleveland I'll take Cleveland plus the 4, but I still think Dallas wins. I think Dallas wins by 2 or 3 points, but I think it's gonna end up being a shootout, because if Cleveland's defense doesn't step up, or if Mike McCarthy finally grows somewhat that resembles half a brain, and runs Ezekiel Elliott, then maybe they'll win by more. But I don't see him doing it. I think he's gonna have the same level fare that they had last year, which is basically having
Dak throws 60 times a game.
Dak Prescott. Yeah, exactly. Just sling the ball like they're the greatest show on turf.
Yeah,
and even the greatest show on turf ran the football.
Yeah, and they had Marshall Faulk. Like, come on, you're kidding me. Yeah, and also if you're right and this is a shootout, I don't like that for the Browns because they don't tend to do very well in shootouts, especially when the opposing team has any semblance of a pass defense. So, all right, cool. Let's move on to another noon game, Nick. It's the hapless Detroit Lions hosting the other hapless New Orleans Saints. This is both teams right now on a little bit of a low. I mean, obviously, listen, the Lions, to escape Arizona last week with a win is impressive. I don't care if Arizona gave you a lot of that. I don't care if Arizona sort of shit away the game at some points. Detroit has a lot to be happy about, but they still should have lost that game. And there's clearly a lot of worries right now. And New Orleans, in the same respect, man. Let's be honest. The Sean Payton magic is starting to run a little bit dry, Nick. I mean, when it comes down to it, Sean Payton got them that Super Bowl and has had tremendous regular seasons with this team. But now you're starting to see the way that teams are exposing New Orleans, and that's to make Drew Brees do everything and make him be the savior of this team. And he can't do that anymore. At this age, at this skill level, there's just no way he can do that. So it's crazy because, I mean, it's not crazy because New Orleans is still clearly the better team. New Orleans is -3 in this one as on the road. So that's something to look into here. But I have a hard time believing that this isn't an Alvin Kamara party on Sunday. I think Alvin Kamara is going to go crazy on the Lions. I think overall, you see Drew Brees start to there's going to be no Michael Thomas. I think part of that has to do with the fact that they know they don't need him this week. So lots of Traquan Smith. I would imagine lots of Latavius Murray, lots of Taysom Hill, and lots of Alvin Kamara. I like New Orleans both with the points and the pick'em. I think they have a chance to, if they only win this game by 3, they're in big trouble. They should be able to really win this handily. I like them in both categories.
You know, you would think after years of doing sports podcasts that I would at some point be smart with some of my picks, you know, knowing what the obvious is instead of just knowing to go with my heart. When I'm not going to change at any point. So at that point, I'm taking Detroit with the upset over New Orleans. Why? Because A, screw New Orleans, and B, to be honest with you, dude, I was actually kind of impressed last week by Detroit. I didn't think Detroit had any shot of beating Arizona, especially on the road last week. But, you know, for what it's worth, dude, having Kenny Golladay in that game, you know, it kind of changed that offense a little bit, you know, with him being back. My thing with the Saints is, if this game was in New Orleans, I'd have been like, nah, Detroit's in trouble.
Right.
But I don't know why I just don't trust the Saints on the road in this one. So I'm gonna take Detroit plus the 3.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's not that crazy of a pick because at the end of the day, it's not like the Saints have looked that great over the last couple of weeks either. So the Saints clearly have some work to do. All right. Let's go on to another noon game, and I know a lot of people are wondering why we haven't talked about the Bears. I mentioned it earlier. The Bears are not in the 12 o'clock window anymore. They have been moved to the 3 o'clock window. We talked about some of the moves that were made over the last couple of days. The Patriots-Chiefs game has officially been postponed. They had a couple of positive tests. Cam Newton was one of the positive tests, but the real big issue was that they had already had a postponement before that between Pittsburgh and Tennessee. Tennessee's team had lots and lots of positive tests, and basically they were originally going to try and move it to Monday or Tuesday possibly, but they realized that there was just too many positive tests in such a small amount of time. So to mitigate the risk, they've essentially given the teams a bye week this week. I'm not sure how that's going to work out, Nick. That seems kind of weird as a team. Now you get a bye week when you're supposed to be playing, and then you're going to be basically playing when you're supposed to have a bye week later. So we'll see how that affects both teams. But, yeah, that's the reason why the windows look a little bit wonky. You have 2 less games this week, Patriots and Chiefs, which is one of the matchups of the week. We're not going to be able to see, unfortunately. And then, again, we had the Pittsburgh and the Tennessee game that is going to be postponed till later on this season, whereas I think the Chiefs and the Patriots are still holding out hope that they could play in either Monday or Tuesday. I'm guessing it's going to probably be Tuesday, just so that there's less logistics to getting everything done on Monday, but we shall see. We'll talk about more about that next week when we have a little bit more perspective on it. But another 12 o'clock window game, Nick. It's the Seattle Seahawks coming off of man, what a roller coaster it's been for Seattle over the last couple of weeks. I mean, you're 3-0, but it doesn't really necessarily feel like you're 3-0 if you're Seattle. Your defense has been really porous, giving up 25 points at least per game for the first 3 games. Almost lose to Atlanta, but Atlanta ends up sort of going away and being Atlanta. So you win that game. They win the game against New England on the last play of the game with Cam Newton there, and then last week against Dallas they escaped 38-31. We talked about that one. It was just lots of running and lots and lots of Russell Wilson just slinging it in. No Jamal Adams this week as they are in Miami visiting the 1-2 Dolphins. The Finns themselves are on a little bit of a high themselves because they came out with a pretty impressive win against Jacksonville, who nobody really gave them a chance against because Jacksonville looked pretty good against on the Thursday Night Football game the week before. So yeah, the interesting part for me, quite frankly, was about the Jamal Adams thing. With no Jamal Adams now, this is a pretty tough. I mean, the Vegas is still respecting Seattle on the road. They're giving -5.5 for Seattle, so they're still giving respect here. But clearly, with no, you would think it would be at least 6 points, but clearly they see a little bit of intrigue in Miami. I'm not sure I'm ready to pick Miami quite yet because Miami is missing a couple pieces on the defense. If they were fully loaded with everything they had and maybe had a little bit better of a performance over the last couple of weeks, I would pick them. But I think Seattle escapes. I think Russell Wilson's clearly the MVP of the league right now, 14 touchdowns in 3 games, and has been nearly perfect. And like we talked about, Chris Carson, who was injured towards the end of the game last week, on what some people considered a dirty hit. Some people considered it a not so good, not so sobering play. But he got hurt and is apparently fine and will test it out this week. But Carlos Hyde also a little bit banged up. So both teams going through a little bit of a rough stage as far as injuries. I still like Seattle. I think on the road they'll be able to push it and at the very least get a win and come out. I'm not sure about the points, but I think they get the win.
So you're going to take Miami plus the 5.5?
I'm going to take Miami plus the 5.5.
So you're taking Seattle to win?
Yeah, I'm taking Seattle to win. But the problem is, with Chris Carson being hurt, Carlos Hyde being hurt, maybe having to go to like an undrafted running back in Homer, and then having to rely all on Russell Wilson. Let's remember, Brian Flores is a former New England Patriot defensive coordinator and defensive guy. He knows how to game plan against heavy pass attacks. So yeah, I will take Miami with the points, but I'll take Seattle with the pick'em.
All right, I'm actually going to agree with you on that one.
And by the way, Myles Gaskin has looked good for Miami. Ryan Fitzpatrick hasn't looked half bad. The defense, like I said, they're a little bit undermanned. So, I think Miami is being slept on right now.
I'm with you on that, and I still don't like Seattle's defense. They're definitely on the bottom 5 of the league, and I think this is one of those games where Fitzmagic, starts to click a little bit. They could really give Seattle a run for their money shootout wise, but I think like you said, I think that Russell Wilson, if he's not the MVP, he's definitely in the top 2, because another guy that we'll mention, I'll bring him up. I won't tell you who it is right now,
okay.
But when we get to their game, I'll bring his name up. But Russell Wilson's definitely having an amazing year. And especially offensively, and if him and DK Metcalf, DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett are slowly but surely becoming that wide receiver duo that no one's really talking about. And Tyler Lockett just, amazingly had 3 touchdowns last week in that game against Dallas. So, so I think Seattle wins, but I'm with you. I think Miami. I don't think they cover. I'll take Miami.
Yeah, they're going to make it tough on them, and it's crazy because if Miami wins, they're 2-2. I mean, that's like a possible season saver if you're the Dolphins. So big game for them there in Miami this week. I'm going to skip over one of these because I want to get to that and get more time for you to talk about your Bucks versus the Chargers. So let's move on to the Ravens visiting Washington. The Ravens 2-1 after a disappointing, I would say even more than disappointing, almost a crippling loss against Kansas City on Monday night because the Ravens looked exposed, Nick. Lamar Jackson looked a little bit exposed with no running game, and if his receivers aren't making those catches, that Baltimore team does not look very good. So Baltimore on the road at the 12 o'clock window facing Ron Rivera's non-Redskins. They are the Washington football team, excuse me. They're coming off of 2 straight losses after a win to open the season. Impressive win against Philly, we thought was impressive, but just didn't have enough against Cleveland last week. So Washington is going to be thirsty for a win here. I think the Ravens take out all the frustrations that they had from that Kansas City game, and they're going to take it all out on this Washington defense, which, by the way, is not that bad. But if you're Baltimore, your leading rusher right now is Lamar Jackson. That's not what you want. You'd like Mark Ingram to get more involved, J.K. Dobbins to get more involved, Gus Edwards to get more involved. And, yeah, by the way, it's -14 for Baltimore on the road. I think that's a little excessive if you're Vegas. I'm sorry, but that's pretty excessive. Given what we just saw on Monday night, I'm sorry. I'm not giving 14 points to any one of the opponents of Baltimore until I start to see them be more consistent. So I might think about Washington with the points, but I think Baltimore in the pick 'em.
I'm actually going to go with Baltimore minus the 14 just because I don't think what's-his-name is playing this week. Chase Young.
Chase Young, okay. Yep, he's out.
If they're not going to have no Chase Young, and I'm with you, I think Baltimore is just going to go ape shit crazy on Washington after what happened last week. So I think you're going to start seeing. I think those names that you just mentioned, between J.K. Dobbins, Mark Ingram, Gus Edwards, I think they're going to. I feel like that offense is going to come back. They just had a bad offense. They were already down. That means you're going to have to throw the ball with Lamar, the run game. And the funny thing is Kansas City's run defense isn't that great. I think they're 30th against the run. And, you guys – and they struggled against the – to run the ball last week. So, I like Baltimore minus 14.
Credit to Kansas City. It's good that you mentioned it. Credit to Kansas City, though. They really held it down on the defensive side of the ball. And you also made a good point. Baltimore does not play well from behind. They are a team that needs to go up immediately. They need to be up 3-0, 7-0, 10-0 to really play their game. So I think we'll probably see that with Washington, but I'm still scared to give any one of Ravens' opponents right now 14 points. But okay, the Cardinals are 2-1, Nick. We thought that they were on their way to an easy 3-0 last week, and Detroit comes into Arizona and surprises them last second. Matt Prater field goal wins it for them. And Carolina, we thought they were dead in the water too with Matt Rule and no Christian McCaffrey, and it's just going to be tough. And all they did was go into L.A. and beat the Chargers last week. Anthony Lynn probably going to be fighting for his job over the next couple of games because the Chargers have not looked good at all on the defensive side of the ball and on the offensive side of the ball. They had their number 1 pick in there and still were not able to generate enough to beat a Carolina team that, let's be honest, is not that great. So Carolina is hosting Arizona for this one. Again, Arizona 2-1, Carolina 1-2, and Arizona is -3 on the road right now. I would probably take Arizona in both instances right now. I think Arizona has. If they would have came out of the game last week with the win, obviously that's what you would have preferred. But there's also a big thing to mention with Arizona is Budda Baker is going to be out. So the clear leader of that secondary, Patrick Peterson hasn't been the Patrick Peterson we're used to seeing. So with no Budda Baker, you may see Carolina get the ball to Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore and Curtis Samuel a little bit more. But I still think Arizona has enough to get the job done, both on the points and just a straight pick 'em. I like the Cardinals on the road.
I'm actually going to go against the grain. I like Carolina at home.
Okay.
I think the thing that kind of bothered me a little bit last week was how Arizona lost at home to Detroit.
Yeah.
I thought they were clearly the much better team. I think also too, I just don't trust the Cardinals on the road, especially not after a loss like that. And I think Carolina's going to come in a high. They're going to try and keep pace with the NFC South. So I think Carolina can surprise Arizona here at home. So I'll take Carolina with the upset plus a 3.
Okay. Yeah, that's and especially with the points being that low, the Panthers clearly have a shot there. Second to last noon window game I want to talk about is the Texans and their shitty head coach, and they're going to be hosting Minnesota and their shitty head coach. Both teams are 0-3. Both teams right now. I mean, I have to say this: Houston has had a really, and we mentioned it when we did the previews for them, Nick, really tough start to the season. I mean, I don't think there's a tougher start to the season than Kansas City, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh back to back to back. Pittsburgh defense is for real. James Conner is for real, and they just weren't able to pull out the win last week at Pittsburgh. They are at home, though, against Minnesota, and they -3.5 are Houston at home. And Minnesota, we mentioned it last week. They probably should have won that game against Tennessee. Tennessee comes storming back, and they win the game, and now they have nothing to show for their first 3 games. In 3 winnable games. I mean, they were that first game for Minnesota in against the Green Bay, very winnable. They lost that one. That second game against Indianapolis, another very winnable game, and they didn't even come close to winning that one. I'm sorry, I have to take Houston. As much as I hate Bill O'Brien, I have to take Houston in this one. I also think, though, that the Vikings are going to surprise some people. I think they're going to score some points this week. I think, with Houston's defense being so bad, I might think about, going against Houston on the -3.5, but I just don't have confidence in Kirk Cousins, and even when Dalvin Cook is going, they have a hard time without Kirk Cousins being on. So I'll take Houston in both instances.
I'm with you on that. Dude, I don't know what's going on with Minnesota defensively, though. But I think this is finally the game that Houston's going to get on to the win column.
Yeah.
And you know what? For what it's worth, Houston really hasn't looked bad the last couple of games. It's just, just don't think Bill O'Brien's that good of a head coach, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm going to go Houston -4. And, I'm going to go Houston both ways on this one. I don't like I don't know, dude. Just Minnesota's just so bad, and it's kind of like disheartening. But they spent a lot of money to bring in Kirk Cousins, and you're really not. You were better off with Case Keenum. That's how bad that was. Dude,
yeah.
You had more success with Case Keenum as your quarterback than you have with Kirk Cousins.
Ouch.
Just chew on that for a little bit.
Ouch,
exactly.
ouch. Yeah, and also, I mean, it's also worth mentioning too, Nick, that when it comes to the Vikings, they gave up both of their starting cornerbacks over the last year. They gave up on Xavier Rhodes and they gave up on Trey Waynes. They let both of those guys leave. Xavier Rhodes, I know, is not the same shutdown corner that he is, but the Bears are going to see him this week with Indianapolis. And Trey Waynes went out. I want to say it was the Bengals or somebody else had signed Trey Waynes. So I think Minnesota's really missing a cornerback factor. And yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be too much. I think the Texans are going to use this one to get rolling. Let's talk about your Buccaneers, Nick. They are hosting the aforementioned LA Chargers, who have had a really tough time without Tyrod Taylor. He's announced officially out again this week, and they're missing 2 of their big cogs on the offensive line, in Brian Bulaga and Trey Turner. Likewise, Tampa Bay a little bit scuffling. Chris Godwin out again this week, and you mentioned it earlier, Leonard Fournette is out. Both teams right now coming off of your Bucs got a win last week, and the Chargers got their win in the first week of the season. So 1-2 are the Chargers visiting Tampa Bay, and Tampa Bay is -7 in this game. I'll make this pretty quick because I want you to get to your points, but I really think that Tampa Bay this is a trap game for them. They have to come out ready to play from minute 1. I like the fact that you mentioned the weather is going to be bad, but also they have have to really be careful with the Chargers this week because they've got two running backs that both can run the ball between the tackles and outside the tackles, which is something that when Tampa Bay is able to pin their ears back and get the run game or get the pass rush game on, they're very, very good. But when you are able to kind of mix the run in, mix the draw plays, mix some stretch plays, O-traps, stuff like that, you force Tampa Bay to have to use a lot of their front. Vita Vea has to be more of a side-to-side guy than just a space eater. So, I think the Chargers right now are in a position where they could upset, but I still like Tampa Bay. I think Tom is finally starting to get comfortable in this system, even without two of his big assets on offense. I think Tampa Bay's defense wins it for them this week, and I like them both on the points and the pick'em.
I am never afraid of Tampa Bay when it comes to the run game. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, don't forget, last year had the best run defense in the entire NFL. This year, they're top 5 in run defense in the entire NFL. So Austin Eckler, and you're saying that they're missing Brian Bullock and another guy on the tackle? Please.
Yeah.
Devin White should have hella tackles. Vita Vea should have hella tackles. Ndamukong Suh should have hella tackles. Levante David should have hella tackles. So all I'm saying is unless Justin Herbert becomes the second coming of a Dan Fouts, this game will be over before it started. Because and I kind of understand why you're saying that this could potentially be a trap game. All I'm saying is this ain't going to be a trap game. I'm not looking past the Chargers because I'm super excited about us playing the Bears on Thursday. But, I'm not trying to look past the Chargers. But, having those injuries in there and you're bringing in a rookie quarterback and the Buccaneers, I feel like, we talk about how good they are offensively, but, man, look how good this team is defensively. And we lost Sean Murphy-Bunting in the game against Denver last week, but then you get Jamel Dean that comes in and still fills in that role. Levante David looked good. Devin White looked good last week. Shaq Barrett had a safety, and I think he had 2.5 sacks last week. He looked good. So the Buccaneers right now, when you're missing two pieces, but then you get a defense that's coming up and that's bringing up that confidence, it could be dangerous. And I think, with the weather being bad, and we'll see how bad it is, I think there's going to be a lot of emphasis with Rojo, with Shady, with the run offense. So you may not see as much pass offense as you would in the past, but there's going to be a game where Mike Evans is going to have to step up. I know he only had 2 catches, 2 yards. Both catches were TDs, but they're going to need him some more. But I think even if they do throw the ball, look for Gronk to get involved, look for Scotty Miller to get involved, and then look for the rookie Tyler Johnson that we got out of Minnesota in the 3rd round to get involved. But this is a no-brainer. I'm taking Tampa minus the 7.
Okay, yeah, and you mentioned one of the reasons why I was skeptical was because I think they are looking to that Bears game a little bit, and I think the Bears are also looking towards that Bucs game a little bit too. I think both teams sort of see easier opponents in their path right now, and both teams are a little bit susceptible to the trap game, and that's a good transition to our next game because the Bears, like we mentioned, did get moved to the 3:25 slot. They are going to be hosting the Colts. The Colts are I wouldn't say surprising, but they haven't played like a 2-1 team, but they are 2-1, and our Bears have certainly not played like a 3-0 team, but we are a 3-0 team, and we are hosting the Colts, and we are, oh my goodness, Indianapolis. Vegas just does not give a shit about the Bears. Indianapolis -3 on the road against the Bears. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that they're starting Nick Foles for the first time and maybe just hoping that the Bears can – I think the Bears right now, media-wise, a lot of people are picking them to have a tough game this week. A lot of people seeing Indianapolis as a trap opponent. The reason for that is because Indianapolis has a tremendous offensive line, and – if you can protect your quarterback from our guys up front and you can run the ball semi-effectively, it's shown that you can win games against us in the past. So, and especially earlier this season, I mean, all 3 of our games were very winnable for our opponents. All they really had to do was keep their quarterback on his feet, and they weren't able to do that. So I do like the Bears in this game, but I do see this as a trap game for the Bears as well. I do see this as a game where everybody's assuming Nick Foles is going to come out and throw the ball all over the place, and he's going to be just like he was in the 4th quarter. And oh my God, just imagine if we would have started him. all those questions are going to be answered, and all the doubts are going to be quelled, and what we're going to see what type of team this Bears team is. No Tariq Cohen, he's going to be out for the season now with the torn ACL from last week. So basically, you're looking at David Montgomery and Cordarrelle Patterson. I know they just signed Lamar Miller to their practice squad, hoping that he will be a factor. But I think this is a big game defensively for the Bears. We're going to see if the Bears can continue to win games with their defense rather than have to come back constantly. Because I'll be honest with you, Nick, if the Bears have to keep coming back from huge deficits, we're going to lose a lot of games this year.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I'm also with you that I'm going to take the Bears on the upset plus the 3.
Yeah.
It's no diss against Indianapolis. It's just I don't trust Indianapolis on the road, and not in a game like this. I think the Bears tightened some things up that they weren't able to do against Atlanta last week, especially in that first 2.5 quarters before they made the comeback. I think it's going to be interesting what the Bears do with Cordarrelle Patterson, because obviously whatever gadget trick plays that they were going to do with Tariq Cohen, I think Cordarrelle Patterson becomes that guy.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to see a lot of David Montgomery. I think you're going to see the gadget plays, but the wide receivers are going to be my eye on this game. You got to catch footballs.
Yep.
You know, Allen Robinson bitched and moaned about how he didn't get a contract extension, and then you got a ball ripped out from your arms in the end zone against Atlanta last week. So, you know, that's not really a good bargaining chip for you. So Allen Robinson's going to have to come out and catch balls along with Anthony Miller. You know, I think the Jimmy Graham project is really going well. Yeah. And in the kid that they got out of Notre Dame, I really like these 2 tight ends for the team, and they're really using them well. I think Jimmy Graham, something that Seattle was going to, you know, for some reason Seattle and even Green Bay, forgot to remember that Jimmy Graham is an absolute matchup nightmare in the red zone. And you're starting to see even between Mitch and Nick Foles have both been exploiting that here in these first 3 games. So I like the Bears at home plus the 3.
Yeah. And
it's crazy that Vegas legit has them as underdogs. But
and you know what, Nick? I'm sorry as a Bears fan to say this, but how can you blame them after what they've looked like for 3 weeks? Squeaking out wins in every single one of those games when you probably should have lost each one of those games. I'm sorry. If I'm Vegas, I lose a little respect for the Bears because, let's be honest, the Vegas sees this whole thing the way that we see it, as Matt Nagy saving his own ass, and that this whole Nick Foles thing was never the issue. If Vegas believed that Nick Foles was the guy, they would not have us as home dogs right now. So yeah, I think Vegas, rightfully so, said, you know what, Bears, prove it to us before we start giving you free points here.
Right.
All right, and then another 3 o'clock window game. The New York Giants 0-3. I don't think things have looked any more bleak for the Giants and Joe Judge than they did in the last couple of weeks. I mean, San Francisco last week was a very beatable team, banged up in pretty much every single one of their positions, and they still New York still lost that game 36-9. They're going to LA to face the Rams, who had a hot start, but another tough loss for them last week against Buffalo, where Buffalo was up big. The Rams came back and almost won the game, and Buffalo on the last drive of the game comes back and wins it back for themselves. So the Rams still look good. I just think that they defensively have some things to tighten up here. But clearly, Vegas is in the same position as us as you know, game pickers. It's -13 for the Rams. I think they see New York as nothing more than just a thorn in the side, and that's how I see them too. I think the Rams are going to run away with this one.
Yeah, me too. And I won't spend too much time on the Rams, but all I'm going to say is, once again, thank you to the New York Giants for drafting Andrew Thomas over Tristan Wirfs. Yeah. I will every week that I see Tristan Wirfs put on a clinic at the right tackle position as he's done in the first 3 weeks, I will always say, because remember, no matter it depends on who you're talking to. It was either Tristan Wirfs or it was Mekhi Becton after the combine he had were 1-2 offensive lineman wise.
And with the 3rd overall pick, the New York Giants have selected Andrew Thomas.
What? This man was 5th, if not 6th, best offensive tackle.
There were some guys had him going in the 3rd round.
Exactly. And the New York Giants drafted him 3rd overall. Like Phil said, Gettleman has to go. Dude,
Yeah.
if we had to sit here and talk about the last 2-year drafts, think about it. This is the same New York Giants team that could have had Josh Allen when the Raiders drafted Celine Farrell over Josh Allen out of Kentucky, and they went with Daniel Jones. And then later on in the draft, they drafted William Lawrence. When in hindsight, the reason why some people ask Gettleman, why did you go for Jones at 6? He said, A, he was our guy, but then B, he had said something along the lines of that they were afraid that the Washington Redskins had Daniel Jones on their board when Daniel Snyder and the Redskins the Washington football team brass said that we had Dwayne Haskins as our number 1 quarterback the whole time.
Yeah.
So Gettleman has pretty much was outthinking himself, and this man has not done a great job. So again, every time Tristan Wirfs makes a hole and I see somebody run through them, Gettleman should be getting a bouquet of flowers from Jason Ryan, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, that's and what Tristan Wirfs, I think, won Offensive Rookie of the Week last week, right? He had a tremendous game.
And on top of that, Tristan Wirfs is top 5
PFF
right tackles percent, like the whole
the metrics for PFF, Pro Football Focus.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Top 5, my friend.
Yep.
Not of rookies in the NFL. Period. Thank you, Gettleman.
And all I can say is Iowa really knows what they're doing with offensive linemen and tight ends. I mean, if I was the GM of the Giants, all I had to do was say, "Oh, Andrew Thomas from what, Georgia? Okay, where's Tristan Wirfs? Iowa? Give me the guy from Iowa every fucking time because he's going to be the guy that's going to stay in the league for 10 years." So, yeah, congrats on that one, man. And also, I think the Bears.
This dude, 320 pounds, is jumping out of pools.
Yeah, and athleticism-wise, to have a guy at the right tackle like that, and I wouldn't be surprised, Nick. I mean, this guy probably will be a left tackle for you eventually, right? I mean, with the way that his athleticism, once you get a big guy to go to the right tackle, he's moving to the left.
And Donovan Smith is ass.
And I'm not sure, Nick, maybe you can help shed some light on this because Donovan Smith played right tackle last year, right? Or did he play?
He's been our left tackle since we drafted.
Got it. So
we had DeMar Dotson.
That's right, DeMar Dotson. Okay, yeah, because I was thinking, wouldn't it have made sense? I know it's not popular to start rookies at left tackle, but wouldn't it have made sense to have him on the blind side rather than have Donovan Smith?
Bro, you know what would have made even bigger sense? If the Bucs didn't pay all that money for Donovan Smith and then turned around
Trent Williams
and used that same money, either trade for Trent Williams, or here's a better idea. When Trent Brown was a free agent coming out of New England, you could have gave him that money.
Yeah. And Oakland's loving him right now because, he is a monster at right tackle. So, yeah, no, you have some good points, but you guys are in good hands right now, especially and you guys got good interior guys too. I think Jansen does a tremendous job. And also, let's be honest here. Bruce Arians hasn't exactly won over every single person over his last year plus at the helm, but man, when you're able to win games in this league the way that you guys have been able to win games, you have to respect it. And also you have to remember, this is a guy who's used to moving losing cultures and making them winning cultures. It sounds like the winning culture is starting to kind of wear off on the Bucs now.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And that reason that we went from the Giants to the Bucs is another reason why you got to fire Gettleman.
Yeah, and New York, man, now you have to, if you're in New York, you have to start talking about drafting a quarterback. You literally just drafted one 2 years ago. Like, this is just a never-ending cycle.
That's where the Trevor Lawrence game starts talking again. So, like, dude, it's insane what's going on up there. Absolute insanity.
And you're right. You mentioned earlier in the show, it seems like the leash has never been shorter for quarterbacks. I mean, there's always been a short leash for quarterbacks, but it's never been shorter than it is right now.
Right.
All right, and last 3 o'clock window game, because like we mentioned, there's not going to be a ton of. We have 2 games that were canceled or postponed this week. So Buffalo 3-0 visiting Vegas, who Vegas was coming out on a high after the first 2 games, and New England humbled them pretty quickly last week with just good overall sound play. Never New England didn't really dominate the game. They just did better than the Raiders did, and the Raiders come out with the loss. But they are hosting in Vegas the 3-0 Buffalo Bills. Buffalo, like we mentioned before, had that game where they were beating the Rams pretty heavily. The Rams came back, and then Buffalo had to basically win it in the last seconds. So another pretty impressive one. And Las Vegas is in big trouble with injuries. The aforementioned Trent Brown is, doubtful. Speedy receiver Henry Ruggs doubtful, and another rookie wide receiver for them is out. So they're undermanned a little bit here at home, and Buffalo is -3 on the road. This is a tough one for me, Nick. You and I both love the Bills. I mean, we're both all in on the Bills. I think I think that they're the 3rd best team in the AFC, and right now on their way to being the 2nd best if they can overtake Baltimore over the next couple of weeks. And I'm not huge on New England, so that's why I say that. But once Buffalo starts playing New England and these other teams, we'll start to see them a little bit more. But I love Josh Allen. I mean, the guy has killed the league in the first 3 games of the season. They haven't had their full slate of guys. Hopefully, I think Zach Moss should be back for them again, so Devin Singletary doesn't have to carry the full load. I like Buffalo on the road in this one. I'm not exactly sold on the Raiders and Derek Carr quite yet. It's going to take a couple times for me to really understand if Derek Carr can do this by himself, because with no receivers and one of your best offensive linemen out for this game, you might have a tough time against Buffalo's front 7.
So you're taking Buffalo?
I'm going to take Buffalo on both the points and the pick 'em. I know the points is kind of rough because they're only -3, but I do think they have enough to win this game by at least a touchdown.
I'm going Buffalo -3.5. And remember we was having that MVP conversation? Here's the guy that I'm talking about, in Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, the only thing that Josh Allen has done that Russell Wilson hasn't done is lost a fumble.
Right.
That's how good. Yeah. That's how good that Josh Allen has been this year. I know it's easy to throw Russell Wilson and say that he's heads above and all that other stuff that I've seen some of my Facebook friends say, but I think it was I almost want to say maybe it was Tim Hasselbeck or somebody said that they thought that Josh Allen was the MVP of the league, and rightfully so, because think about it. The one thing that I've been hearing, especially a lot of the radio stations as of late, about Josh Allen is how coachable of a player that he is.
Yeah.
And he's been just that, dude. He's been coachable. You've seen that. We knew he had the arm. We knew he had the legs. The question was, does he have the accuracy?
Yeah.
And over the first 3 weeks, we've seen that. He's hitting Diggs. He's hitting Dawson Knox. He's hitting Singletary out of the backfield. He's hitting John Brown. He's hitting Cole Beasley. Yeah. And whenever he's in trouble, like I mentioned just a second ago, he's got the legs to get out. What kind of bothers me a little bit about the Raiders is their lack of tackling, and I think that's kind of what killed them a little bit. They missed a lot of tackles last week. So I like Buffalo to go out on the road, and my thing is, if Josh Allen comes out and has himself a hell of a game on the road against Vegas, I think you're going to start looking at 1A, 1B, where you can't go wrong by saying Russell Wilson's the MVP, and you can't go wrong by saying Josh Allen is the MVP. There is no right or wrong. It's just based on opinion at that point, but we'll see how Josh Allen does. But I think Buffalo's defense is going to tighten up. I think they took L.A. too lightly. I think they was beating the brakes off of them, and they took their foot
way off the gas before they realized that they were almost lost. So I don't think that Sean McDermott's going to have them doing that again. So I like Buffalo on the road on this with this one too. I think they win by 3.5.
Okay, yeah, I think both you and I are on the same page with that one. So let's just jump into the Sunday night game. It's a pretty easy pick for me because it's the winless Eagles. We talked about them tying last week, and you mentioned it's funny because the Bengals looked at that tie and go, man, that's kind of a win for us. And if you're the Eagles, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for Eagles fans that you have Doug Peterson who played for the tie during the overtime. I mean, the guy, listen, man, I know there's not a lot of people who agree with this, but I would rather take a loss than a tie. I'm sorry. But, if you tell me that I have an opportunity to go for it on fourth down and get a win, but I would be risking taking a loss, listen, a tie only counts for 0.5 less of a game than a loss does. So at the end of the day, you're still in bad positions if you're tying a lot of games. So the fact that Doug Peterson has a chance, I think it was like 3 minutes left. He's in midfield territory, has a chance to go for it on fourth down to give his team a chance to win the game. And instead, he basically punts the ball and gives up the fact that they're going to tie the game. I thought that tells you everything you need to know about what the Eagles look like right now. They continue to be banged up. Deshaun Jackson's out. Alshon Jeffrey's out. Avonte Maddox out. They continue to have a lot of problems. San Francisco hosting them is 2-1. They felt pretty rough about themselves after last week, but again, getting a win last week was great. But they're still very banged up themselves. Raheem Mostert's going to be out. Lots of guys on their defense, on their defense, and then I think I think Kittle is going to be a go for them. I think one thing that they're still discussing is whether or not, to me, if you really feel super desperate about it, you can play Jimmy G in this situation. But honestly, Nick, I mean, I don't feel that badly if I'm Ryan Shanahan and if I have to trot out Nick Mullins, I'm okay with that. And I just saw actually that Jimmy Garoppolo was officially announced as out. So yeah, we will see some more of Nick Mullins and the Mullins magic on Sunday night. -7.5 is San Francisco at home. I would say that if you're looking for a sort of an upset on the betting side, you could be looking at one here with this line, because San Francisco -7.5, I'm not sure if they're at the point right now where they're going to beat up on the Philadelphia to a 10-plus point game. So we'll see about that. But I think overall right now, I like San Francisco in this one. I just think that Philadelphia has way too many holes at this point, and it's going to be really, really hard to figure that out.
Phil asks, how short is the leash on Carson Wentz? We'll see after this week, dude. Yeah. I mean, I think I feel like Carson Wentz has kind of had his shot, but I think this is just one of those things where I don't feel like it's totally his fault. The Eagles are banged up. I guess Jalen Hurts kind of, for what it's worth, may fit this offense better than what we're seeing from Carson Wentz. But I think Carson Wentz is getting a short end on this. But I like San Francisco -7.5. There's nothing on Philadelphia that lets me know that on the road they can even contest with San Francisco, even when San Francisco is probably at 45% at best.
Yeah.
I know they're losing a lot, but that's just how bad that Philly looked last week. That lets me think that San Francisco's just going to come out. They're going to hit Philly in the mouth. And then on top of that, this game is really important for San Francisco because you have Seattle 3-0. You have the Rams that are 2-1. You have the
Arizona's
Cardinals that are 2-1.
Yeah.
And you're 2-1.
Wow.
So this is a good game, in probably the toughest and best division going right now in the NFC West, where you just want to keep up pace with the Joneses with these teams. So yeah. I like
I like San Francisco -7.
That's a good point, Nick, that if they lose this week, they could be in last place in the West, which is pretty crazy to think about. So, yeah, that's a good point. But I think San Francisco, I'm worried about San Francisco right now because let's be honest, their defense isn't at the same level that it has been over the last 2 years, especially with all the people that they're missing. But even when they had everybody there, they were still not as good. So Robert Saleh and Shanahan have some work to do here on Sunday night. And lastly, Monday night, Atlanta themselves in the flesh will be going to Lambeau Field, fresh off of they're game planning more ways to give away games. They're just like, how can we give away games here? You know what? Let's go up by 17 and just give up the lead or something like that. So I expect they have a more creative way to lose games this week. As Dan Quinn, he's in there working tirelessly, finding out how he's going to lose this game. So it looks like right now they're going to be missing lots and lots of pieces. Atlanta is on defense. No Tack McKinley, no Keanu Neal, and no Ricardo Allen. So basically, your main pass rusher and both your safeties are out for the game. Both Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley are both questionable for the game. So I think Julio and will probably be a go because he's always questionable and always goes. But who knows with Calvin Ridley? Green Bay coming off of again, if you're Green Bay, you've got to be really, really happy with how the season has started. Minnesota was supposed to be a tough game for them. They did end up, giving up a couple of plays in that game, but they win by 10 plus. The game against Detroit was a laugher. And then last week against New Orleans, a lot of people expected New Orleans to use that game as like, let's get out of our funk. And the Packers had none of it, and they won that game. And Aaron Rodgers continues to look sharp. The guy hasn't thrown an interception yet. Aaron Jones continues to look really, really good in the backfield. And by the way, Green Bay -7 at home. I'm surprised it's not -14, to be quite honest, with the way that Atlanta has played. But I think Vegas does give some respect to Atlanta for the fact that they've been in the games that they've lost over the last couple of weeks. But yeah, I have a hard time picking Atlanta. Honestly, I'm probably not going to be able to pick Atlanta for the rest of the year after watching that game against the Bears. Absolutely gave, and the game against the Cowboys too. So I like the Packers.
I like Green Bay to win, but shockingly enough, I'm going to go with Atlanta plus a 6.5. And the only reason why I'm doing that is because the only question I have in this game is how good is Green Bay's defense going to be? All for naught, Atlanta's offense isn't the problem.
Right.
They're putting up points.
Mm-hmm.
And no offense, I'm still not sold on Green Bay's defense.
Yeah.
I keep hearing all this nonsense about the Smith, Zadarius Smith and the other Smith, and this defense is coming up and this and that. And last week you had to go on an all-out shootout against the Saints and Drew Brees.
Yeah.
And Atlanta, like I said, they put up 39 against Dallas. I know Dallas defense isn't that great, but they put up. Okay, for what it's worth, Seattle's defense sucks, but Atlanta took advantage of that. Dallas defense isn't that great. They took advantage of that. And the Bears defense struggled last week, and they still put up, more than enough points that you would think that they were going to be able to win. So offensively, Atlanta has to be at least in the top 5 category of points scored and passing yards in a game. Matt Ryan is thrown for 7 touchdowns and 961 yards. Yeah. It's just that when you defensively can't close out games, this is what happens while you're 0-3. With Green Bay, you never know what Green Bay defense you're going to get. Are you going to get the amazing Green Bay defense, that you're like, what? Yeah, the Smith boys, they're really great and blah, 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 this and that. Or you're going to get the Green Bay defense where you're like, where's all this hype? And they're still going to giving up points. And even though I know that they're at home and it's Monday night, I still think Atlanta somehow stays in with it. They might come out and hit Green Bay in the mouth at first, but then the defense shows their face. And then Green Bay just comes out of nowhere and Aaron Rodgers becomes Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones becomes Aaron Jones and this and that, because I don't think what's his name is even playing this week. Is he Devontae Adams?
He is questionable, but you know how that is with him. Questionable for Julio means he's playing. Questionable for Devontae means he's not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's good. It's funny you mentioned that because the stats pretty much back up exactly what you're talking about right now. That, essentially the Packers give up way too much in the air, and Atlanta continues to do so much through the air. I mean, Atlanta's averaging 360 yards. 320 yards passing. The problem is they're giving up 360 yards passing.
Exactly.
So they just can't keep a lead. And when you have that, and let's be honest, they've rushed effectively. They're averaging 109 yards a game on the ground. The problem is they can't incorporate to the game plan because they're constantly behind. So to your point, I wouldn't be surprised if this is one where Atlanta starts off with a 10-0 lead and has to wake up the Packers a little bit.
Exactly, and that's why I feel like it's going to happen. But I'm keeping an eye on this game because we play Green Bay in 2 weeks, and I think they're off next week. So Green Bay has Atlanta tonight. They're off next week. And then we see Green Bay in week 6. So I'm having my eye on my own game. I'm going to be having an eye on your game, because we play you guys next week.
Yeah.
And then Monday night, I have my eye between this and the Yankees game. So, you got playoff baseball. We got,
finals
the NBA
basketball.
Finals, what is left.
Yeah.
Right. And then we got the NFL football. So, we slowly but surely getting back into the groove of things. But yeah, dude, I think this is going to be a shootout game. I think Green Bay wins, but I think Atlanta's going to hang in there with them.
All right, I'm hoping for an interesting game on Monday night, so I think it sounds like we should be able to get that at least. And like I said, guys, there was a couple of games that were postponed this week. The Patriots and Chiefs, it is still unclear whether or not they'll play on Monday or Tuesday, so we don't want to jump the gun and give you any news that it's official, but I'm sure that will go official over the next 24 hours. They have to get it going soon. If they want them to play on Tuesday, they have to notify them within the next 24 hours, I would believe. So we'll probably see some updates on that.
The only person that's been tested positive is Cam.
Right. And then they said that they did some contact tracing to make sure that he didn't get in touch with some of the training staff and the coaches, and everybody else tested negatively. So I think what happened was they saw the sort of spiral that happened between Tennessee and Pittsburgh, and saw how that quickly went from 2 positive tests to basically 20 in 2 days. So I think it was a precautionary thing, but again, I would suspect we'll probably see that one. I think they would probably hope to make it Tuesday, because you never know with the NFL. They don't want to compete against themselves rating wise, so they probably would make that Tuesday. I would guess that maybe the Tennessee and Pittsburgh one is going to take a little bit longer for them to figure out the logistics on. So again, we'll have updates for you guys on that next week. And next week's show, we should probably, we'll have probably NBA final. Both Nick and I are guessing the NBA finals will be done by the time we're talking next week. So more than likely talk about the winner, the LA Lakers, and then we'll also get into the previews and the reviews of the NFL stuff. We've got some MLB action obviously happening, including Knicks Yankees. So we'll be talking more than likely end of ALD or end of DS series and beginning of CS series there. So lots and lots to talk about. And then, like I said, UFC does have a fight night tonight. So if anything interesting happens, then we will talk about it next week. Otherwise, Nick, anything else?
Nah, that's it, man. I gotta step out here pretty soon because I got a company coming over to the house apparently. So I gotta get the cleaning done before they show up.
All right, cool. Well, we'll make it smooth then. Both of us right now are.
I got all of our picks in here written down.
I love it.
As the games go on, I'll give you updates.
Please.
I'll text you updates on how we're doing.
Because I make mental tabs in my head anytime I see the scores on Red Zone. I'm like, I think I picked them this week, but we'll see.
I be on that nonsense too myself.
All right, cool. Well, we'll have that down so we can hold ourselves accountable next week. But again, guys, I'd be remiss if I didn't say before we leave, do us a huge favor, like the show, continue to share it out. Appreciate all the support. Check us out on different mediums. Like, I know most of you watch this on Facebook, but we're all over anywhere you find podcasts, including iTunes, including YouTube. So just do us a huge favor and support. We really appreciate it. Nick, anything else?
Nah, that's it. Go Bucks, go Yankees, and to all the Astros fans, piss off. Even though I still think y'all are gonna take the series, you can still piss off.
We'll never like you guys, Astros fans. You might as well not even, don't even look for it from this show.
Right,
All
exactly.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. For Steve in the back, I'm Mac. That's Nick. Peace.